National Federation of State High School Associations.
For the first time since 1980, the Muskogee Ruffers come back to Ruffer Village with a perfect 8-0 mark. For the Bartlesville Bruins, it is time to see the must-win situation. Entering tonight's contest at 3-5, 2-3 in district play. But for Muskogee, there's an added incentive to this game because 2 years ago here at Indian Bowl, in what was the 75th meeting between the two schools, Bartlesville got the win, 52-24. Ruffers tonight want to make sure that doesn't happen, Nick Hampton, and make sure that they don't break their current winning streak that they would like to see go 9-0 and ahead of going into the week number 10 contest.
Well, this is a game, too, that you got to have to watch because a lot of minds, at least I know where I work, are already on next week's game with Stillwater. And so for the players, it's got to be focus on the game ahead of you. Don't think about next week. You got to play the game tonight and get this one done.
The Bruins come in, as we mentioned, 2-3 with a first-year head coach in Harry Wright, who's established a disciplined football team. That certainly gets your attention when you talk about defensive and offensive responsibilities for your opponent. But so far here in the 2022 campaign, the Ruffers have done their job on both sides of the football, and they look to do it for a ninth straight time on the winning side of the scoreboard tonight against the Bruins here at Ruffer Village. When we come back, it'll be a chance for you to get to meet one of the players that last week was one of the heroes of the game on the defensive side. Dion Bowler will be our guest when we return with more on our pregame countdown to kickoff after this 1-minute timeout on the Ruffer Football 2022.
It's a time when uncertainty spreads faster than understanding. It's also a time when taking steps to prepare can help us all find a sense of security. At ServPro, helping our nation's homes, businesses, and shared spaces be more clean, be more safe, is why we're here. Here in your community, here to help.
Your injury recovery goals, plus Excel Therapy's expertise, are your winning game plan. At Excel, our #1 goal is to get you back to peak performance as quickly as possible. Our physical therapy and sports medicine professionals will take you from setback to comeback.
Excel Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. With 16 locations and no physician referral required, you can begin healing today. Excel Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. Look for us online at exceltherapyok.com.
Tonight here on Ruffer Football, we give you another chance to meet one of the Friday night heroes. And no bigger hero than a week ago against Tulsa, Washington, was the young man that wore number 20, Dion Bowler. Big interceptions in the ballgame, D. Tell me about how excited you were about the play last Friday night.
I was pretty excited. The opportunity came to me. I just have to take full advantage of it. Many opportunities don't come like that every game, so I just have to take them when it comes to me.
What do you feel like has been the key to this defense? It just seems to be maturing day by day, from practice to games, and then showing the performance on Friday night.
It's just our chemistry. Like, everybody on the defense, outside of football, we hang out with each other every day at school. We're out of each other's house every weekend. It's just we're like an actual family on that defense.
Tell me about your responsibilities, what you're watching for, how you know when to come and support the run, or how you know when you have to stay back and pass coverage.
It's just reading the quarterback whenever I get I just watch him whenever I see him hand the ball off, or I watch the tight end. If I see him block down, I just go right off his butt. Whoever he's blocking right off his butt, go down and make the run.
Tell me the type of football player you are. Give me the Dion Bowler description of the man who wears number 20.
I think I'm a physical ball hog. Like, I could go up there and get the ball. I'm a very physical player. I like going down there and get the tackles, but I love going up there getting the interceptions too. I feel like I'm an all-around player. I could do anything.
Now, a lot of people don't know, but it's Dion Bowler Jr. Junior kind of carries a little bit of responsibility.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just gotta keep my name good. I gotta keep this last name Bowler, make it good.
Make it good,
Yeah.
You bet. Now, you went to Cherokee. You came through the Muskogee system, part of this football team this year. Who's the teammate? Who's the one player that can kind of get into your mind, can kind of get the heart racing even faster when you guys take the field?
Jaron.
Why is it Jaron Riggs Brown?
That's like my brother to me. Like, you brought up Cherokee. Like, we went to school together. Like, we argue sometimes, but like, that's what brothers do. We gonna get over it no matter what. It's like when I need to lock in, he's there. He's gonna get me locked in.
It's nice to hear guys helping each other, and the guy that helped the Ruffers last week and will continue to do so here tonight against Bartlesville, he wears number 20. His name is Deyon Bowler, D-E-Y-O-N-N Bowler, our guest here in the pregame countdown to kickoff. Back with head coach Travis Hill after this timeout. This is Ruffer Football 2022. Tradition. It's a word that means a lot. Just as the tradition of the Muskogee Ruffers requires commitment of great players and coaches, Lesher Millsap Funeral Home takes pride in providing great value and commitment every day with a tradition of service to the families of the Muskogee area. Just like in football, tradition must be earned on every play, every day, not just in the final score. And that's why you can trust Lesher Millsap Funeral Home to be there for you when it counts the most. Lesher Millsap Funeral Home, proud to be part of the Muskogee tradition of excellence.
There's never been a better time to find a great deal on a sedan, truck, or crossover at Nissan of Muskogee. Call 918-683-6605 or go to nissanofmuskogee.com. There's never been a better time to find a great deal on a sedan, truck, or crossover at Nissan of Muskogee. Call 918-683-6605 or go to nissanofmuskogee.com.
Ruffer football back from Ruffer Village, and there is no place like home, is what they said in The Wizard of Oz. And head coach Travis Hill, I know you're 100% in agreement with that statement.
No, exactly. You know, we looked at it, and you're the one that mentioned this last week during the radio show over at Runt's Barbecue. It's real simple that, our next 4 weeks we're at home. So it's a great feeling. It's going to feel really good and bring out all that green and play a home game.
After the 30-6 win last week over Tulsa, Washington, the Ruffers are now assured of either a 1 or 2 finish in the district race.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we're starting to meet goals. Obviously, goal number 1 is getting the playoffs, so we was able to do that a couple of weeks ago, and now we're chasing the district championship. So we got a big game coming up against Bartlesville, and that will allow us to have that opportunity if we can get it done. But we are 1 or 2 regardless of results, yes.
So now let's talk a little bit about the status of this football program. I mean, we've talked each and every week, and I know you've evaluated players' performances. Has this team reached its potential? Has it exceeded preseason expectations? Or just what's the status of the football team going into week number 9?
Well, kind of answering them backwards, have we preceded preseason expectations? Coming off a 2-8 team, I guess probably you could say yes. Each team every year, including next year and the following year, always different. Well, you got a bunch of kids. Teams are different year by year. So to say we exceeded, yeah, I'd probably have to agree with that. But, have we continued to improve and have we met our potential? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's kids out here that, Bowler did a great job in this interview after the game, talking about how we've stuck with him and everything like that. And then they asked me about him because he was the player of the game defensively. And I said, hey, here's a kid that we knew had potential, but we pushed all year long, and he's just now starting to reach some of it. For just now reaching it, just think how much more there is to go. So, no, we definitely where we need to be and are improving each week, which is what we expect and go. But there's still a lot of room for improvement and a lot of room to get better.
And you talk about players like him, and there have been multiple other players throughout the season. I mean, Travion Houston was an unknown. You felt like he had the potential, but here's a guy that has just continuously gotten better. It's not just the Jaden Bells or the Jamarian Ficklins or the Anthony Watsons, the Brandon Talberts. It's been a cast of Ruffers playing on both sides of the football 11-1.
I agree with you, and I'd like to take care of every name. You'd like to do that. You just got to give a few examples. But, no, Tion Brewer, he's going to be a good football player. I'm not being mean to Tion. He wasn't a great football player at the beginning of the year. He's slowly but surely turned into a great football player. So, no, it's a cast of them. They're all doing their role. It's role playing. It's improving every week, and we're doing that, Bill.
The Ruffers at home here tonight against Bartlesville in week number 9, trying to go 9-0 for the first time since 1980. We're going to talk about an offensive outlook against the Bruins' defensive schemes with Chris Reisenhuber. Then we'll have Steve Craver to join us to talk about how the Ruffer defense can flex their muscles again, and then come back with Coach Travis Hill for the winning strategy, brought to you by Michael A. Finnerty, attorney at law. But first, this time out, you're watching and listening to Ruffer Football 2022.
In sports, having the right winning strategy is often the difference between winning and losing. The same is true when you need legal representation. For more than 15 years, the law offices of Michael A. Finnerty have successfully provided the winning strategy with excellence and integrity for the people of the Muskogee area in matters of personal injury, social security disability, and workers' compensation issues. The law office, Muskogee trusts Michael A. Finnerty, ready to develop a winning strategy. Michael A. Finnerty, 436 Court Street in Muskogee. Call 687-1155. Online at FinnertyLaw.com.
I'm Kyle Edwards for Kyle Edwards Buick GMC in Muskogee and the all-new Kyle Edwards Auto Group in Shakota. With the addition of Chevrolet, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Shakota and Buick GMC in Muskogee, it now gives our customers a great lineup of new makes and models to choose from. We are very proud to bring you a buying experience you won't find anywhere else. If you haven't visited us yet, come give us a chance. You'll like what you see. Family-owned, customer-friendly, Kyle Edwards Buick GMC in Muskogee and Kyle Edwards Auto Group in Shakota.
Welcome back on Rougher Football tonight from Rougher Village, Muskogee, and Bartlesville. A week ago in the game against Booker T. Washington, Ruffers had just enough offense to get the win over the Hornets of Booker T. What kind of adjustments, what kind of changes did they make to the game plan? Well, the guy who's behind the curtain that knows all the answers to Muskogee's offense, Chris Reisenhuber, joins us. And, Coach, looking back at that ball game and then making adjustments for this thing, here tonight, what changes do you have to implement? What adjustments do you have to make?
Well, it's a totally different defense, but looking at Bartlesville, it's instantly concerning. They have a change of coaching staff over there, and the guys that I'm seeing, I don't know any of them from Adam, but I'm seeing that they know their stuff. 3-4 type defense are going to stay over the top of us, so it's totally opposite of what we saw last week, and that Booker T would get in your face and challenge you, in some man coverage. So just a totally different beast. The thing I do see is they got 11 kids that are playing hard, and they've really given everybody that they've faced, trouble. Stillwater put some points up on them. Booker T put some points up on them. But I didn't see the Booker T game, but, Stillwater was based off big plays. It's just telling the kids early in the week, we've got a big game coming up. We've got playoffs coming up, and we're sitting in great shape. It was just one of those kind of sandwiched in between two major football games with Booker T and, behind us and Stillwater in front of us that, don't take these guys lightly. It's a very, very solid crew. They've been in most of the football games at halftime and or had, Sand Springs and overtime last week. Normally, whenever kids compete as hard as this group is doing, what you're seeing, they're going to have some big moment during the season, and I don't want it to be this week.
What kind of challenges does the 3-4 alignment cause for the rougher offense as opposed to what we've seen a good portion of the year, a 4-3 alignment?
Again, it's, everything has its strengths and weaknesses. You just got to find them. The thing I'm, tipping my hat to them that is, if I was a 3-4 team, this is exactly the way I would have my kids play the game. They take some intermediate stuff away whenever you get in some bad situations. It's some intermediate routes or, eat up by their defense. I do think there's some stuff, and it took us a while to really, for me anyway, I say a while, like, Tuesday, to kind of really say, all right, I feel like schematically we got a good game plan going on. Hopefully everything, goes as planned and birds on fire, and, we're finding those windows and we can get some run game going on and it becomes business as usual. But like I said, and it's a credit to their defense coordinator and their defense coaches and coaching staff in general. They've got their kids playing hard, and I think there'll be some a tough test tonight.
Does it put more emphasis on the ground game because of the way the Bruins play their defensive alignment, or do you have to feel like you got to anchor down behind Bird in the upstairs attack?
Well, you're always, fighting to run the football. If we can do that, and that's kind of what I alluded to last week when we visited, is if we can beat you up, you're in trouble. And so we will go out there and see if we can move the ball on the ground. And there's some things in our schemes where we can turn some people loose and read them if we can't just physically mash them off the football. But it's our stuff is in the end it's a mixture of really getting some quality ground game going, and then really in the end our best stuff comes off play action. So I would look for some of that to hit. If we can't do either one of those, then it's not over. We still have a lot of our screen game and some little tricky stuff that we can pull off. But it's like I said, just early in the week, watching them, the way they execute on defense and the way they fight and tackle and get off blocks. It's a game where I've got some concerns, to be honest.
Chris Reisinger with some thoughts prior to tonight's matchup against Bartlesville. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back on the other side, Steve Craver will come in and try to talk to us about the Ruffers' defensive hopes against the Bruins and how the Ruffers' defensive squad can flex their muscles and keeping points off the board. That when we continue back after this timeout on Ruffer Football 2022.
Brunt's Barbecue serves up hand-rubbed, slow-cooked goodness. Anytime you're feeding a few hundred, hey, we're just tailgating with friends. Call the experts, Brunt's Barbecue. Ribs, brisket, burnt ends, mouth-watering hot link, and smoked chicken, where everything is made from scratch from the barbecue sauce to the banana pudding. Give us a try, and you won't be disappointed. Brunt's Barbecue, 918-681-3900. Brunt's Barbecue, slow-cooked goodness in Muskogee.
Pioneer Abstract, proudly serving residential and commercial customers throughout Muskogee County since 1905. Serving banks, mortgage companies, and mortgage brokers with refinancing, purchase, 1031 tax-deferred exchanges, along with full escrow services and more. Pioneer Abstract offers the convenience of centralized services for escrow accounts, title insurance, and title searches. Pioneer Abstract, here yesterday, here today, and here tomorrow at 412 West Broadway in downtown Muskogee, or call Pioneer Abstract at 683-2904.
Welcome back to Ruffer Village tonight. Muskogee at home against Bartlesville. Time to talk Ruffer defense, and that's all smiles coming out of the Booker T. Washington game. Steve Craver, I know you slept very well after that defensive group just pretty much corralled the Hornets in the victory last week. You told me going in you were going to mix your defensive schemes to a 4-3 look, to a 3-3 odd stack appearance. Just describe for us the differences, the advantages, and the added responsibilities.
Yeah, last week was great. Usually take me about 2 or 3 hours to decompress after a game, but I fell fast asleep when I got home. So very thankful for the performance of our defensive unit last week. The difference with the three-man front versus our four-man front changes responsibility on the fits in terms of how we fit up counter, how we fit up inside zone, and also the responsibility of the quarterback run game. We got another team that we're going to face tonight that runs their quarterback if need be, and so we have to count for them, whether it be a defensive end on them or a linebacker on them, and that's kind of the difference.
Last week, Anthony Watson, Tion Brewer were in the backfield time after time after time. Is this a defensive scheme that you can employ here tonight where you can force the action with those two guys, or do you kind of have to read and react?
Those guys, along with other guys up front, did a really good job of establishing the line of scrimmage. And what I mean by establishing the line of scrimmage, we came off the ball and we played on their side of the football. So we were able to stop the run and kind of dictate whenever they were trying to pass the football. And that kind of let us pin our ears back, so to speak, on those obvious passing downs. And obviously we executed that.
You're not going to see the same speed tonight that you saw last week in Booker T, but that secondary was just Johnny on the spot. I mean, you couldn't have had a better performance in the back end, especially with Jaden Bell on the sideline.
Shout out to the secondary. Yes, losing Mr. Bell it was big for us. But we have guys that have been coached hard. I spent a lot of my time in the back end. Obviously, I play safety, and so my finger's always on those guys. And I was just glad for those guys to have success. There's a method to the madness of kind of straining them and putting them in situations, and it was just good to see them. It's good to see that come together against a team like Booker T. So we're going to try to continue to do that. Keys for the Ruffer defense to keep the Bruins out of the end zone and maybe even at the night's end, post to zero? Man, Bartlesville, I've worked there. It was my second job back in 2010. I know those type of kids. They're what you would kind of liken to a Navy or a Army. They don't make a lot of mistakes. We cannot make a lot of mistakes. We can't beat ourselves. They're going to get lined up. They're going to do what they do. We got to get lined up, and we got to do what we do. Obviously, stop the run, and we'll see what happens. Steve Craver, defensive coordinator for the Muskogee Ruffers, our guest. When we come back, it'll be time for the winning strategy brought to you by Michael A. Finnerty, attorney at law with head coach Travis Hill. That after this timeout, Ruffer Football 2022.
Stop by your local Bravado Wireless store to discover our current plans and promotions.
Well, dude, I didn't see anything.
We're Bravado Wireless. and we believe in the power of connection.
Whether you're shopping for a new Chevrolet or want to trade and get paid, power up! It's the Supercharged Sales Event at J. Hodge Chevrolet in Muskogee. You know what up to $1,500 more for your trade means? Supercharged savings. Shop more new Chevy. Inventory arriving daily. Don't overpay. Come see Jay. Get a trade-in bonus up to $1,500 when you buy now. Supercharged savings powered by J. Hodge Chevrolet in Muskogee. 144 West Shawnee.
Welcome back on Rougher Football tonight from Rougher Village, week number 9. Ruffers back at home against the Bruins of Bartlesville, and we bring back in head coach Travis Hill for some of the winning strategies. I got to think, first of all, Coach, it's avoiding penalties and mental mistakes.
Yep, which we improved on last week. So we got to continue to go that direction. It's a big point of emphasis in order to try to beat Booker T. So we got to carry that over to this game tonight here against Bartlesville. And, you know, I think the other thing that people kind of know about Bartlesville is, you know, defensively, we're going to have to stop the run. They have a 1,000-yard rusher already, you know, with 8 ball games done. He's averaging almost 7 yards a carry. That will be priority number 1 is to stop the rush. They're a young football team. I think priority number 2 will be getting after them early, okay? We don't need to give this team any confidence because I think they're extremely well coached, extremely well disciplined football team. And our offense, which understandably so, you know, had some ups and downs last week with a very talented Booker T group. Needs to be able to execute real well. And I think if they execute, they had a great practice yesterday. So if they were able to execute real well, I think we can have some success over there too.
And you know you're going to have to play for 48 minutes because as we've seen in Bartlesville's performances, they may fall behind early, but they don't quit. They pushed Sand Springs all the way to the limit and actually got a chance to go overtime in that contest. So it's going to be a 48-minute battle no matter what the early scoreboard is.
I would agree with you, and they've done that consistently all year long. As you mentioned, last week's a prime example, 29-6, if I'm correct. I know I watched the film, but the way we break that down, fans, is we don't watch all the offense, all the defense together. It's broke down in sections, so you don't see the game produce as it goes. But I believe they were behind 29-6, wound up tying it up 29-29 and going to overtime. So they've done that all year long. They've played very tough. Their losses have been by minimum margins, and like I said, well-coached football team.
Certainly nothing better, though, than to have the support of this Rougher Nation out here at Rougher Village, a sea of green as the Roughers finally come back home.
Absolutely. It's a great place to be. And you know, and not being mean to the fans, but you know, they're like, hey, they ain't good fair weather fans. Everybody are. Come on. And it's fair weather right now, so we expect a bunch of them out there. They've been great and supportive for these kids in the community, and we look forward to having them out there again.
Rougher Football tonight from Rougher Village, Muskogee and Bartlesville. We'll come back with Health of the Roughers, brought to you by Excel Physical Therapy. After this timeout, you're watching and listening to Rougher Football 2022.
In times of need, it's comforting to see faces of people you know and trust. Cornerstone Funeral Home in Muskogee cherishes the opportunity to be there for you and your family in life's most challenging times when friends are most important. Cornerstone Funeral Home and Crematory welcomes the opportunity to answer any questions regarding planning and pre-arrangements for you and your loved ones. Experience the difference. Cornerstone Funeral Home, 1830 North York in Muskogee, where you'll find faces you know and reputations you trust.
It's a time when uncertainty spreads faster than understanding. It's also a time when taking steps to prepare can help us all find a sense of security. At ServPro, helping our nation's homes, businesses, and shared spaces be more clean, be more safe, is why we're here. Here in your community, here to help.
Welcome back on Rougher Football. Time now for Health of the Roughers, brought to you by Excel Physical Therapy. They keep you in the game. Each and every week we talk, Leo, and we talk about different parts of the preparation. Not only is there physical conditioning, not only is there study of film, not only are there practices, but you're actively involved in mental conditioning and training with the athletes.
Exactly. I think that's probably one of the most overlooked areas. It's starting to, you see it more now, more and more at the professional, college, high school levels, is developing a mental toughness. A lot of these kids want the opportunity. They want the opportunity to go to the next level. They want the opportunity to start. They want the opportunity to play for a state championship, a playoff game. With those opportunities, though, you have to be responsible. You have to be disciplined, and that takes mental toughness. A lot of them think you just got to show up. When fall starts in the fall, we just got to show up for football. No, you got to be there on time. If practice is at 6, you're there ready to go at 6, not walking through the door at 6. You've got to prepare yourself physically for what's coming. That takes mental toughness. Get out of your comfort zone. Stop doing what's comfortable. Start appreciating, or, hey, when I'm uncomfortable, I know I'm getting better. If you're trying to stay comfortable all the time, when the uncomfortable comes, you ain't going to be ready. Simple as that.
What are the secrets to this mental toughness for athletes that are developing? I mean, we're talking about 15, 16, 17, and some 18-year-olds that are having life-changing experiences.
That's a very good question. It's not going to be the same for everyone. And that one of the things, with the coaches and that stuff, we've got to be able to recognize, okay, this young man is this way, this young man is this way, this young lady's this way, this young lady's this way. That, because not everybody's the same. There are some that have a little mental toughness already built up. Basically, it's just a matter of encouragement. Hey, you're doing a great job. Keep it going. For some of them, it's like, listen, you got to be willing to take the next step. You've got to be willing to, like I said, get a little uncomfortable. You know, you don't want to get uncomfortable. You think just jogging around practice, you're doing a great job. That's not preparing you for the game. Don't complain about having to do conditioning after practice when you jog the entire practice. If you ran during practice, guess what? We wouldn't have to do conditioning afterwards. That's a mental toughness thing. It does, and like I said, it's different for each person. It's different for every team. I've had some teams, our best doggone games were during the week at practice. Game was a piece of cake. It was fun. Now I've had other teams where, oh my goodness, we got a lot of work to do. We have a lot of doggone mental toughness training we've got to do during the week to get them ready for that.
Leo Kraske, our guest here in Health of the Ruffers, brought to you by Excel Physical Therapy. We're going to talk about mental toughness and physical readiness, talk about the injury list for the Ruffers when we come back after this timeout on the Ruffer Football Coaches Show for 2022.
Your injury recovery goals, plus Excel Therapy's expertise, are your winning game plan. At Excel, our #1 goal is to get you back to peak performance as quickly as possible. Our physical therapy and sports medicine professionals will take you from setback to comeback.
Excel Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. With 16 locations and no physician referral required, you can begin healing today. Excel Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. Look for us online at exceltherapyok.com.
Health of the Ruffers brought to you each week by Excel Physical Therapy. Leo, Ruffer fans got a scare last Friday night when Bird went to the turf, but you were more concerned after the game, not with the injury, but more the turf burns?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he took a good hit. I'm not going to lie. He took a good hit. Well, I'm sure he's the first time he's probably had a 300-pound guy come down on top of him, so I'm sure it didn't tickle. But like I said, once he kind of walked it off, got to Salem, was walking off, he was like, oh, this is no problem. Piece of cake. Next day I saw him. He was fine and dandy. He was ready to rock and roll. Like I said, he had a nice big old turf burn on the side, on the front of his knee, which I'm sure has been more of a problem for him this week than anything else. But he was feeling pretty doggone good right away. Everybody else, like I said, we're doing pretty doggone good. Yeah, you expect to have bumps and bruises after a game like that. That was a very physical game. But the guys have responded well. They've come back well. We're going to be pretty much at full strength.
Jaden Bell able to play, not as a receiver, but able to play. And then some concern about Caden McGee coming into this week.
Yeah, as far as Bell, like I said, he will be playing. We're going to foam up. We can put padding on. Like I said, the doctors allowed him to come back. So we're going to be padding up his arm. Make sure that hand, or I should say more specifically his hand, more than anything else. We're going to pad that up. He'll be playing defense. No offense, just because trying to catch a ball with that club ain't going to work. Right. As far as Caden McGee, yeah, he's doing well. He's responded very, very well. He's been doing his treatment all week. Got some KT tape on him. It's working really well. Skeleton pads on those shoulder pads. He's good to go.
Health of the Ruffers is a green light, especially when you can have it sponsored by Excel Physical Therapy. Back with our pregame starting lineups. That after this timeout, this is Ruffer Football 2022. Tradition. It's a word that means a lot. Just as the tradition of the Muskogee Ruffers requires commitment of great players and coaches, Lesher Millsap Funeral Home takes pride in providing great value and commitment every day with a tradition of service to the families of the Muskogee area. Just like in football, tradition must be earned on every play, every day, not just in the final score. And that's why you can trust Lesher Millsap Funeral Home to be there for you when it counts the most. Lesher Millsap Funeral Home, proud to be part of the Muskogee tradition of excellence. Welcome to Indian Bowl tonight. Muskogee Ruffers at Indian Bowl. No longer. They are at Ruffer Village. Boy, Nick, after so many years of saying Indian Bowl, it's a slip of the tongue. It's a Freudian slip, and I'm certainly hoping that's not an omen of the flashback to 2 years ago, because Bartlesville won the last meeting between the two schools at Indian Bowl. Final count that night in 2020 was 52-24, but last year Muskogee had little problems with the Bruins in Custer County at Custer Stadium, winning that game 49-14. So this is overall the 77th meeting between these two schools. Bartlesville won the toss and opted to defer the choice to the second half, and on the kickoff you see the Ruffers taking the fair catch, and they'll start 1st and 10 from their 33-yard line. Bill Huddleston, Nick Hampton, and Ruffer TV crew tonight from Ruffer Village, and it is Little Ruffer night, Nick, and just as we get ready for the opening kick, Mother Nature tries to make her appearance with a little bit of rainfall.
Well, we got some rain, but we're not supposed to have any big storms or anything, and the rain that does fall is really not supposed to last very long, so more of a hindrance to start the game than an enduring problem, I think.
Ruffers in their all brand new green uniforms. Motion into the formation. Counter action, give it off in track, big hole up the middle, 35-40 across the 45 and out to the 47-yard line. On the first down carry, Brandon Tolbert, that offensive line, Eli Lino making the tackle, but not before Tolbert scampers from the 33 to the 46. Good enough for a Kyle Edwards Buick GMC Ruffer, first down and 10.
That's a good start for the Ruffers. Get a big hole off that left side, and Tolbert cruises through for 13.
Trips come wide to the left side, twins outside, Ficklin with a empty backfield, takes the waist-high snap, swings it out in space, and a nice response that time by the Bruins defense as they come up quickly on Andre Beasley. Chase Eves was the first guy to get there defensively for the Bruins, who are in the all-white with that pale blue.
Loss of 7 on the play for the Ruffers. They missed a block in there on the pass, and Eves able to skip right on by and get the loss.
Ruffers still playing without Jaden Bell offensively. He'll go on the defensive side. Now trips out wide to the right. Ficklin back in the pocket. Time to throw. Going to stretch the field. Looking downfield, looking for Swanson. Makes the grabbing catch at the 12-yard line. He bobbled it just for a moment, but Jaden Swanson was able to secure it and go to the turf. And the Ruffers get the huge play all the way downfield to the 10-yard line. Nick, that's a bomb.
It was. 51 yards on the play, and the Ruffers first and goal at the 10.
A Kyle Edwards Buick GMC Ruffer first down and 10 at the Bartlesville 10-yard line. So it didn't take Rise long to go to his deep stretch, as now Tolbert will line up off the right shoulder of Jamarian Ficklin. Twins out wide to the right. Beasley and McGee, now they'll motion inside, give it off on the counter in traffic to Tolbert. He'll get a tough yard downfield from about the 10, maybe to the 8. A gain of 2 on first down. Ruffer football this season brought to you by Cornerstone Funeral Home, by J. Hodge Chevrolet, Bravado Wireless, and Pioneer Abstract. Second and goal to go from, well, they marked it back upfield at the 9.
Yeah,
so only a 1-yard pickup. Ruffers' first series of the game, starting after a fair catch from their 33, and in now 4 plays have moved it to 9. Try to give it off to Beasley, and he's gang tackled behind the line of scrimmage, back upfield at the 11. So that'll be a loss of 2 and bring up the first third down opportunity of the night for the Ruffers. You feel like this is a trap game?
Well, it could be if the Ruffers aren't careful, but the big pass play kind of gets the momentum going. They need to get 6 here, though, and just kind of get this ball rolling.
Beasley and McGee both will go wide to the right. Tolbert off the left shoulder. Ficklin stands tall in the pocket. Look for his tight end. Now he's going to scramble with it. Waiting at the last moment. Turns the corner and gets downfield to about the 4-yard line on the quarterback keeper. 7-yard pickup. Ruffers have it 4th and goal, Nick. Do you go for 3 points or do you punch it in?
I think if I'm Travis Hill, I'm going to try and punch it in here. I've got the offense moving my way, albeit a couple of running plays and a pass play that didn't work well, but you're down inside the 4. You got a lot of options with Ficklin at quarterback here.
And the Bruins, a very aggressive, sound defensive squad. McGee will be the single receiver to the boundary right side. Beasley and Swanson will be to the left. Ficklin, play action in the pocket, dancing freely, scrambles to his right, looks for the pylon, stops and goes, comes back across the field, try to pick up a block, throws to the end zone, wide open in the corner for the 6 points. Jaden Swanson was just left uncovered as everybody went to the right to chase Ficklin, who then backpedals and finds the cross-field throw, and the Muskogee Ruffers get the touchdown. Jay Hodge, Chevrolet, Muskogee Ruffer touchdown pass.
Well, credit Ficklin with that as he kept that play alive, moving around. Let's see, we have a penalty marker maybe on the play. The officials talking things over.
See what happened here. See if it's before or after the score. Bruins are responding with a positive reaction. So they'll repeat fourth down as an ineligible player downfield. And that's one of the things you have to worry about, Nick, when you have the scrambling quarterback who was in run mode.
Yep.
So that'll take the penalty, will take the points off the scoreboard and will bring on the kicking team. Darian Armstrong, who on the season is 2 of 5 on field goal tries. His longest this season being 33 yards. They'll walk the penalty back upfield from the 4 to the 9. So you would put the tee somewhere around the 16, add the 10 of the end zone. This would be a 26-yard field goal try. But that penalty, let's hope, does not come back to bite Muskogee here tonight.
So Armstrong will try the field goal from around 24, something like that.
He will or he won't. No, he will not.
Well,
they
won't.
They're going to go for it on 4th and goal to go. So Ficklin with an empty backfield, going to roll the dice here. Ficklin takes the snap, stands in the pocket, rolls to his left, looking to run or throw, calling for a blocker, waits at the last minute, tries to throw to the end zone, and his receiver got hit from behind and knocked free of the football, and the Ruffers come up empty on their first drive, Nick.
Well, that was a bold play. I'm not sure I totally agree with that. I think probably I would have gone for the kick there to at least get some points on the board.
So with 9:23 to go here in quarter number 1, Muskogee fails to score on its first offensive series. Now, there is a flag across the field. So let's wait and see which way this penalty is.
No. Across the line of scrimmage. So
Bartlesville, instead of getting the football at the 9, will get the football at the 14, Nick, because they'll walk the penalty off. The illegal forward pass also carries with it a loss of down. And the Bruins will start their first offensive series here with 9:23. What's been a sloppy first start of the quarter. Nate Neal, the quarterback, rides the handoff, gives it off to P.J. Wallace going left, breaking between tackles, 25 across the 30, and out to the 34-yard line goes P.J. Wallace.
Wallace coming into the game with over 1,000 yards rushing so far on 166 carries, and he gets 20 on that carry.
First down pickup of the night for the Bruins. Now quickly, no huddle offense, trips to the short side left. Motion across the formation. Neal standing a 4-yard deep behind center, and flags fly. And see if this is on Muskogee jumping offside or if it's against Bartlesville for procedure.
Well, seemed to be some confusion there, so the officials will all meet together around. Our referee is Daniel Leader tonight.
You think one team has a definite opinion? I think there's about 7 guys wearing green pointing the flag against the offense.
Well, it's on the Ruffers.
It's going to be a 5-yard penalty against the Ruffers. That'll make it 1st and 5 now from the 38-yard line.
That's 3 penalties against the Ruffers in the first 3 minutes of the game.
Referee tonight, Daniel Leader. Umpire is Don Nutt. That's 2 of the 5-member crew. Now motion up front. The Ruffers maybe a little bit too eager jumping into the neutral zone. That's Muskogee's defensive end, Tion Brewer, jumping offside. So that 5-yard walk-off will present a 5-yard penalty. And, Nick, that's the type of mentality that the Ruffer coaches were concerned about, the focus, sharpness coming into this ball game here against Bartlesville.
Well, they're just a little over-eager to get on with, and that's a first down for the Bruins.
Hand the ball off to Wallace, running straight ahead, gets first contact from one of the Ruffer defenders. That was Travion Houston making the first stop. A gain upfield from the 43 to the 45, a pickup of 2. Clock running with 8:40 to play, opening quarter. No score, Muskogee and Bartlesville. Scoreboard update brought to you by Jay Hodge Chevrolet. Now Wallace taking the exchange. He's wrapped up in the backfield. He'll be stopped back upfield at the 44-yard line. It's the Ruffers that time riding the counter, studying that film intently. Now 3rd and 9 for Bartlesville, their first third down opportunity of the evening. Twins to either side as Neal, the sophomore quarterback, stands pretty much in an empty backfield set. Waits, looks across the middle, going to try to go deep. Has a receiver out there, past the defenders, makes the catch at the 25, inside the 20, and all the way down to the 17-yard line. Damian Nico. Big play from the 44 on one end to the 17 on the other.
39 yards.
A 39-yard pass play and a 1st and 10 for the Bruins at the Muskogee 17-yard line. Now with the running back directly behind the quarterback, he'll wait, going to stretch it out again, looking for Nico. Got past the defender to the end zone, couldn't hold on to it. Ball was knocked away at the last minute by Martell Bolden.
Good defensive play by Bolden, as Nico had beaten him a little bit there, but Bolden got a hand up as the play was coming in, kept an eye on the receiver's eyes, and put his hands up just at the right time.
Bruins have heard all of this 8-0 story they want to hear tonight, and they're out trying to make a statement. Neal with Wallace to his left. Claps his hands together, brings motion across the formation. They fake the counter, give it off inside. Again, straight ahead, downfield from the 17 to about the 12-yard line goes the Bruin running back.
Wallace 25 yards on 4 carries tonight for the Bruins in their first possession.
All the way down to the 12 on the second down pickup. So now 3rd down and goal to go. Hard count this time, as looking over to the sideline is the quarterback, Nate Neal. Nick, I'm only guessing that the number being worn by the running back, P.J. Wallace, is 12 and not 19 as we were given. Counter inside. Wallace, first contact, made it about the 12. He'll fall downfield to the 11 for a gain of 1. Rufford defense that time kind of closing the door. So a big 4th down situation for the Bruins, who really don't have much of a kicking game either, Nick. So it's gamble time on both ends of the field, just the opposite end with Bartlesville in possession.
4th and 4 for the Bruins here at the 11. Neal taking a long look over at the sideline.
Nico, the single receiver to the boundary right, trips out to the left side. Neal now will turn, stare to the sideline as the play clock gets down to 5, down to 4. Calls for the snap, looks to throw to the corner of the end zone. Receiver is out there. Did he hold on to it?
Yep.
He did. That is Damian Nico running right past Bolden for the touchdown. And the Bruins go 86 yards and get the 4th down touchdown conversion to take the early lead here with 6:25 left in quarter number 1.
Well, that'll silence the crowd a little bit as the Ruffers come up empty on their first possession into the red zone, and the Bruins march right back.
Now the PAT attempt by the Bruins to try and make it a 7-0 ball game. The PAT is up. It looks good, and it is good. The timeout on the field, 6:24 left, opening quarter. Bartlesville with a quick slap to the face of the Muskogee Ruffers, leading it by the count of 7-0. We're back in 30 seconds. This is Ruffer Football 2022.
In times of need, it's comforting to see faces of people you know and trust. Cornerstone Funeral Home in Muskogee cherishes the opportunity to be there for you and your family in life's most challenging times, when friends are most important. Cornerstone Funeral Home and Crematory welcomes the opportunity to answer any questions regarding planning and pre-arrangements for you and your loved ones. Experience the difference. Cornerstone Funeral Home, 1830 North York in Muskogee, where you'll find faces you know and reputations you trust.
Bill Huddleston, Nick Hampton back with you at Ruffer Village. And Nick, kind of a slap to the face of the Muskogee Ruffers. Bartlesville holding Muskogee inside the 10 on downs and then going the length of the field, and the touchdown toss of 12 yards Neal to Damian Nico, and it's 7-0 Bruins.
Wallace, the running back, is the kicker.
Short pooch kick. Ruffers will come up, fielded on the move at the 35, the 40. Coming straight ahead and out to about the 45 on the scrum goes Latavian Johnson. They'll mark the tackle made at the 44-yard line. And that's where Muskogee will start 1st and 10. Nick, it's been a while since the Ruffers have been on the bottom side of the scoreboard.
Yeah, here early. So that will certainly be a wake-up call for Muskogee. If there was any doubt about whether the Bruins came to play or not, I think that was answered. And now the Roughers have to get focused in and march it down the field.
So we're still without Jaden Bell on the offensive side tonight. Ficklin this time with a running back, Tolbert, to his right. Takes the numbers, high snap, hands it off in traffic. Tolbert going to bounce to the edge. 50, 45 into Bruin territory. They're running hard off the left side. Got the good block up front. Jace Garrett making part of that contact along with Jaden Swanson. The gain goes 17 yards to the 39 in Bruin territory. Good enough for a Kyle Edwards Buick GMC. First down and 10.
Second nice run that Tolbert's had tonight. Had 13-yard run in the first series.
Beasley and McGee will be wideouts. Watson also split to the right. Ficklin going to take it. He'll pull it. He'll keep it himself, and he's going to be wrapped up and able to get maybe a yard. Colton Hainzinger, the first defender in for the Bruins. 5'11", 230-pound junior nose guard, making the stop on Bird downfield at the 38-yard line, a pickup of 1. 5:38 in the clock running. Bruins with an early 7-0 lead over Muskogee. As we mentioned, this is the all-time 77th meeting between these two squads. Now, the Roughers will have Watson by himself to the short side left, trips out wide to the right. Ficklin takes the snap, play action, waits, across the middle, throws a dart, caught by Beasley. Downfield to the 20-yard line. That'll be an 18-yard pass play. Brett Eves on the stop, but not before the Rougher connection picks up a Kyle Edwards Buick GMC. First down and 10.
18-yard pass play, and the Roughers continue to move the ball on down the field.
McGee and Watson will be to the right side. Swanson and Beasley are to the left. Now motion. Fake the handoff, give it inside to Tolbert, broke the first contact and gets a positive gain inside the 20 down to the 19. Roughers with a lot of misdirection, Nick, before the handoff from Ficklin to Tolbert, and the Bruins eager to get upfield.
Bruins so far doing a pretty good job against the Roughers on the run. They have let Tolbert loose a couple of times, but for the most part, they've stacked it up pretty good inside.
McGee and Watson will be the tandem to the right side. As Ficklin puts Beasley in motion, they run the pitch outside to Andre, who breaks the tackle to the 15, leaps his way down to about the 12. That'll be a 7-yard pickup for the young sophomore, who came into tonight's game with 24 carries for 464 yards and a pair of touchdowns. Roughers now with a 3rd and 2. Were unsuccessful in their only other third down try. 4 minutes left, quarter number 1. Bartlesville holding a 7-0 advantage early. Roughers now on this third down situation. We'll put 3 wide receivers to the left. Ficklin's going to run it. He's going to look for a gap, and he'll get inside the 10 and push his way downfield to the 7. So from the 12 to the 7, a 5-yard pickup and a Kyle Edwards Buick GMC. First and goal to go. Right back where they were a moment ago, Nick.
That's exactly what they wanted to do. They got the first down, which was the most important thing there on that play.
This will be the 7th snap in this offensive series. See which way the Roughers will place Tolbert to the right side of Ficklin. McGee and Watson are to the right. Bird's going to roll that way, looking to throw. In some traffic, tries to throw it, and had to get rid of it. He was running out of target, and McGee was his intended receiver. Incomplete pass, but the Bruins with some pretty good pass coverage, Nick, here early on.
They did, and they put a little pressure on Ficklin and forced him to either run to the sideline or try to throw it, thread the needle, and he wasn't able to do it.
Incomplete pass stops the clock with 3:27 left here in quarter number 1. Rougher football this season brought to you in part by My Place Barbecue West, Excel Physical Therapy, Serve Pro of Muskogee, and Lesher Millsap Funeral Service. Second and goal from the 7. Again, Watson and McGee are tandem to the right side, short side of the field. Ficklin's going to come back to the left on the sprint. Now throw to the end zone as a receiver there behind everybody in his hands and dropped it.
Swanson or Beasley, I'm not sure which it was.
Intended for Beasley, normally the sure-handed receiver. He was in the end zone for 6, but dropped it. And remember, the Roughers had a touchdown pass earlier wiped out because of a penalty. So now it's 3rd and goal to go from the 7-yard line. Here tonight, Nick, against Bartlesville, trying to go 9-0, setting up a district championship next Friday night against the Stillwater Pioneers. Either way, it'll be for the district title.
Right.
Now the Roughers will have 3 wide receivers to the left. Ficklin will take the snap. He'll ride it down the line, throw across the middle. Ball's batted up in the air. Picked up on a nice alert play by the Roughers, and it results in a touchdown.
Tolbert, I think, wasn't it?
I think it is. Yeah. Brandon Tolbert on the deflected Oski, able to pull it down, and they're going to rule him short of the goal line. I thought he was into the end zone.
I did too, easily.
And now the officials conferring. So I suppose in this case, 3 heads are better than 1. The ball was batted up by a defender. That makes it a free ball. Officials here may be trying to discern whether or not Tolbert would be eligible to get the deflected pass.
That's the question I'm wondering. I don't remember if that rule still applies.
Did it pass the line of scrimmage?
No, I don't think so. I guess put it down inside the 1, so it's a complete pass. Can't believe he didn't get in, however.
6 yards on the effort by Tolbert on the pass play, a deflected pass, but now you want to cram the ball down deep. Now we see Jaden Bell come in, kind of it's defense. Okay, that was 4th down, that's right.
Oh, that's right.
The ball goes over on downs. So the Bruins will get it from the 1. They'll hand it off to their big running back who gets stymied right at the line of scrimmage, but his forward progress, P.J. Wallace, will carry upfield to the 3-yard lines. Pick up 2, but twice the Roughers have knocked on the door, Nick, but they ran off the porch before anybody came to the door.
Wow, so that's a tough play for the Roughers. I thought that Tolbert was in, actually.
So a pick up to the 3-yard line. Again, give the ball to Wallace, trying to find some running room, and there's just no place this time to escape that defensive front with linebackers coming up field quickly. Tion Brewer, one of the first guys wearing the all-new solid green uniforms.
No gain on that one.
So it'll be a 3rd and 8 for the Bruins from their own 3-yard line.
If nothing else, the Roughers can pin them back deep. Bartlesville not a strong kicking game, so get good field position.
Man coverage on the outside. Neal back in the pocket, into some pressure, trying to roll to his left, wants to airmail a pass and just throws it out of bounds. He was being chased from the pocket as the Roughers had pretty good pressure in the end zone. So the incomplete pass brings up a 4th down, and the Bruins will have to punt.
As we said, the kicking game not the strongest for the Bruins, and so Roughers ought to get pretty good field position out of this.
Nate Neal, I believe, is the punter. Is that correct? He'll stand back around his 1 yard from the back line.
Yep.
Snap is high through his hands and out of the end zone. That'll be a safety. And the Roughers will get the football right back.
That was Caden Brown, actually, who was the punter there.
High snap out of the end zone results in the 2-point safety. So with 2:12 left here in quarter number 1, Muskogee is on the scoreboard. 7-2, Bruins still in front. We're back in 30 seconds. This is Rougher Football 2022.
Whether you're shopping for a new Chevrolet or want to trade and get paid, power up! It's the Supercharged Sales Event at J. Hodge Chevrolet in Muskogee. You know what up to $1,500 more for your trade means? Supercharged savings. Shop more new Chevy. Inventory arriving daily. Don't overpay. Come to see Jay. Get a trade-in bonus up to $1,500 when you buy now. Supercharged savings powered by J. Hodge Chevrolet in Muskogee. 144 West Shawnee.
Well, Muscogee's defense forcing the deep field position punt by the Bruins from their own 3-yard line on a 4th and 8. The high snap through the punter's hands. Caden Brown unable to flag it down, and the ball goes out of the end zone for the automatic 2-point safety. And as a result, the Bruins will have the free kick. And Muskogee again, Nick, should get pretty good field position, but so far that hasn't mattered.
Chase Eves is the place kicker, and he'll kick this one off from the 20.
Going to put this one up a little bit deeper. Roughers will wait on it at the 40, looking for some running room, trying to dance around, and there's just an aggressive group of Bruins downfield quickly. Bartell Bolden on the return. Muskogee will start first and 10 from its 45. They've started from their 33, the 44, and the 45. The two preceding possessions, Nick, got inside the 10, but on both occasions came up with nothing to show for it. 2:06 to play here in the opening 12 minutes. More of a tight formation. Ficklin going to pitch it out on the edge. Beasley trying to turn the corner, sprints past 150, keeps his balance, 45. Good night. Andre to the house. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Muskogee. What is the old TV commercial? Fast as fast can be. You'll never catch me. That's Andre Beasley. A 55-yard scamper to the end zone. Nick, he had to keep his balance after some early contact.
Thought he might get run down there at the end, but he just turned on the afterburners and went on in.
So now Darian Armstrong will come on to try the PAT. 42 of 48 on the year. Dylan Wood to hold the ball down. The little chip shot kick is up. It is good. And with 1:59 to play in the first quarter, it's now Muskogee 9, Bartlesville 7. We're back in 30 seconds on Rougher Football 2022.
Stop by your local Bravado Wireless store to discover our current plans and promotions.
Well, dude, I didn't see anything.
We're Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
For the first time this season, in now 9 games, the Roughers found themselves behind on the first quarter scoreboard, 7-0, but then got the 2-point safety on this punt snap out of the end zone, and on the ensuing kick, start first and 10 from their 45, and it's one and done. Andre Beasley taking it to the house. 7-9. Flip that around. Roughers on top, 9-7. Now Armstrong going to line drive the kick downfield. Bruins will let it bound. Pick it up on a big hop at the 14, and the Gunners downfield quickly stop this one.
That's old Ellis. Jaron Brown makes the tackle.
At the 14-yard line, that's where the Bruins will take over. 1:58 left here in the opening 12 minutes on Little Rougher night. And it started a little rougher than Muskogee had hoped for as the rain continues to...
Almost a light mist.
Kind of a heavy drizzle, right?
Yeah.
Bruins will be moving from your left to right if you're watching on the video monitor. Sophomore quarterback Nate Neal at the control. P.J. Wallace in behind him. 2 wide receivers to the left. Now Wallace will move over kind of in a offset formation to the left side. They'll run the counter, give it off to Neal's going to pull it and keep it himself, and he'll get upfield to about the 14-yard line, getting back to the line of scrimmage. Roughers that time protecting the outside edge. Nice reaction that time from Aiden Kemp.
Tayon Brewer also chasing it down from behind on the stop.
So no gain on the first down carry, 2nd and 10. Bartlesville Bruins 3-5 on the season, 2-3 in league play. Neal takes the snap, rolls to his right, looks to throw in the flat, just had to throw it away as he was being chased and knocked down by Deshaun Smith on the release.
Smith was right in his face, and Neal actually fortunate to get that one away.
And very close to a late hit. The incomplete pass stops the clock with 1:26 left, opening 12. Here tonight at Rougher Village. Roughers at home tonight, next week against Stillwater, then 2 weeks after that, first round of the 6A playoffs for Muskogee. Now Neal back in the pocket. Blitz comes up the middle. They throw the little bubble screen underneath. Wallace with the catch. 15, 20, 25. Breaks the tackle. 30 across midfield. Being chased down from behind. Roughers giving chase. Wallace just running to his left, to his right. He'll cut zigzagging up the field and take it to the end zone for the touchdown. 86 yards on the screen pass. Nate Neal going to P.J. Wallace, and Bartlesville strikes right back on a big play of their own.
Wow. Wallace showing pretty good speed there after he broke through the second line of defense and just outran the Roughers the last 45 yards.
So that puts the Bruins back on top of the scoreboard. Officials having a conference. Don't know if there was a flag thrown. Let's see what our referee will tell us.
After the play, dead ball, personal foul, unnecessary roughness on the defense. That penalty will be assessed on the kickoff.
So Muskogee getting charged for a personal foul after the score.
And that's
the touchdown will stand.
That's not one that's going to make Travis Hill happy to give up the touchdown and then have players out of discipline there.
Your mistake further magnified. Extra point on the PAT kick is up, and it is good on the boot. That was Chase Eves on the PAT, and just like that, the Bruins flipped the scoreboard right back in their favor. 14-9. We're back in 30 seconds on Rougher Football 2022.
Pioneer Abstract, proudly serving residential and commercial customers throughout Muskogee County since 1905. Serving banks, mortgage companies, and mortgage brokers with refinancing, purchase, 1031 tax-deferred exchanges, along with full escrow services and more. Pioneer Abstract offers the convenience of centralized services for escrow accounts, title insurance, and title searches. Pioneer Abstract, here yesterday, here today, and here tomorrow at 412 West Broadway in downtown Muskogee, or call Pioneer Abstract at 683-2904.
Physicians and staff of St. Francis Hospital Muskogee.
This has been a night of big plays. Bartlesville with an 86-yard return scoring effort that time on the pass play, Neal to Wallace. And after Muskogee had scored 9 unanswered points, Nick, the Bruins come right back and take the advantage by the score of 14-9.
I would imagine that there's some serious hard discussions on the sideline for the Roughers at this point, like, let's get focused in here. Particularly, defense shouldn't give up an 86-yard screen pass touchdown.
Well, now with that personal foul, the Bruins will kick off from the Muskogee 45-yard line.
Fifth penalty against
deep
the Roughers.
Kick. This one will go to the end zone on the touchback and will come out to the 20 with 1:06 to play. But in the last 60 seconds, 2 touchdowns on 2 big-time plays, one by Andre Beasley on a 55-yard scamper, and then the quarterback, Neal, hooking up with Wallace for an 86-yard touchdown toss.
So let's see the Roughers get themselves back on track here offensively and get something going. They moved the ball well. They just didn't finish on a couple of drives.
Credit the defense of the Bruins as now Swanson and Beasley will come to the wide side left. Ficklin go to hand it off, up the middle, goes the running back out across the 25, out to about the 29-yard line goes Brandon Tolbert.
We've seen Tolbert a lot more at the running back spot tonight than we have in the past few weeks.
Gavin Pullen's in on the stop. The gain goes from the 20 to the 30 as they'll mark it, a 10-yard scamper, and a Kyle Edwards Buick GMC Rougher first down at 10.
Fifth carry for 42 yards for Tolbert tonight.
It's time the Roughers put the same tandem to either side. Watson kind of a split-out tight end. McGee out on the hash mark. He'll come across the formation. They'll fake, counter, keep his Ficklin rolling to his right, looking for McGee, who slings the pass up on the sideline. The catch cradled at the 34-yard line. 4 is better than nothing, Nick.
That's right. McGee doing a nice job to see that Ficklin needed some help and stopped and came back on the pattern and got a 4-yard gain out of it.
Second down and 6 yards to go. Out of bounds, stop the clock at the 32nd mark. Ficklin this time with Watson kind of as an offset blocking back. Now Ant-Man will step out to the left at a tight end spot. They'll run the power to the near side. Watson blocking. This is Tolbert, 45-50, across midfield, down the boundary. Being chased, scampering across the field. Nobody's going to get BT. Take it to the house, little man. Brandon Tolbert, 66 yards, and he got a crushing block from Anthony Watson as he turned the corner, and it was down the sidelines all the way to the end zone.
Wow, talk about big play night. That's all it's been. Both teams have used the big plays, and now the Roughers swing back in control of the game.
That makes it 15-14, and Darian Armstrong on to try to make it a 2-point difference here with 18 seconds left. So in less than 2 minutes, we've had 3 touchdowns. Ball down on the extra point. It's up, and it just gets inside the right upright off the hold of Dylan Wood. 16-14, Muskogee, 15 seconds left, quarter number 1. We're back in 30 seconds. You're watching and listening to Rougher Football 2022.
Runts Barbecue serves up hand-rubbed, slow-cooked goodness. Anytime you're feeding a few hundred, hey, we're just tailgating with friends. Call the experts. Runts Barbecue. Ribs, brisket, burnt ends, mouth-watering hot link, and smoked chicken, where everything is made from scratch, from the barbecue sauce to the banana pudding. Give us a try, and you won't be disappointed. Runts Barbecue, 918-681-3900. Runts Barbecue, slow-cooked goodness in Muskogee.
3 plays, 80 yards. The damage done by Brandon Tolbert on a 66-yard scamper to the end zone. I guess Nick, he was a little infuriated and insulted because they didn't give him that last touchdown. He made sure nobody was going to get him this time, going in for his 3rd rushing touchdown of the year. Now Armstrong will kick it off with the swinging leg. It's fielded at the 9 by the Bruins. Up the middle of the field, trying to find a crease, and a crushing blow from one of the special team players downfield. Big hit that time come from Tion Brewer, but also Israel Martin was in on the collision.
And Travion Houston also there on the stop for the Roughers.
Marked the ball at the 23-yard line. Now with 10 seconds left in quarter number 1.
23-yard line.
If you were late tuning in, you missed some theatrics here in the opening 12 minutes of action. Roughers in that all brand new solid green uniform with those bright white letters.
3 touchdowns and a safety in the last 2 minutes here. Excitement.
As the Bruins hustle to the line of scrimmage, Nate Neal as the quarterback takes the snap, hands it off to Wallace, trying to go left, looking for a crease to the outside edge, gets to the corner, 30, 35, 40, across midfield. Or not, across the 40-yard line. I got too fast there, Dick.
Hayden Kemp finally pursuing from behind forces him out of bounds, but not before he gets up to the 43-yard line. About a 20-yard gain on the play for Wallace.
The Bruins just grounding out huge chunks of yardage against the rougher defense that last week held Tulsa Washington at bay. But the final play of the first quarter will leave the Bruins in possession, and the Roughers on top on the scoreboard, 16-14. Back in 60 seconds. This is Rougher Football 2022.
I'm Kyle Edwards for Kyle Edwards Buick GMC in Muskogee and the all-new Kyle Edwards Auto Group in Shakota. With the addition of Chevrolet, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Shakota and Buick GMC in Muskogee, it now gives our customers a great lineup of new makes and models to choose from. We are very proud to bring you a buying experience you won't find anywhere else. If you haven't visited us yet, come give us a chance. You'll like what you see. Family-owned, customer-friendly, Kyle Edwards Buick GMC in Muskogee and Kyle Edwards Auto Group in Shakota.
Your injury recovery goals, plus Excel Therapy's expertise, are your winning game plan. At Excel, our #1 goal is to get you back to peak performance as quickly as possible. Our physical therapy and sports medicine professionals will take you from setback to comeback.
Excel Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. With 16 locations and no physician referral required, you can begin healing today. Excel Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. Look for us online at exceltherapyok.com.
On the change of quarters, Bartlesville starting from its 43. Wallace, the ball carrier, getting to the line of scrimmage. No gain on the first down attempt.
Tim Moore on the bottom of the stack for the Roughers on the tackle.
Roughers in that 4-man front. As Neal will put Wallace to the left side. They'll run the handoff on the trap back inside. Wallace stepping through a tackle, then gets upended as Tolbert came in and took his feet out from underneath him at the 46. A net of 3 yards on the carry by P.J. Wallace. And the Bruins will have another 3rd down, needing to reach the 47 in Muskogee territory. Now Twins, left and right. Neal rolling to his right, looking to throw as the sophomore scampers toward the sideline, heaves it downfield, and the ball is closer to being intercepted by Aiden Kemp than anybody else. And one of the rougher defenders, I think that's Tolbert, was chasing Neal out of the pocket.
Double coverage on the receiver that time, and so Bruins kind of fortunate that they get the ball back to be able to punt it.
The incomplete pass stops the clock with exactly 11 minutes. This has been a very fast-played quarter plus 1 minute. We've already got a 16-14 advantage on the scoreboard for Muskogee. Now the Bruins will shift in their punting formation. Snap this time, perfect, as the Roughers come with a little bit of pressure. The ball will bound around. Muskogee will just get out of the way of it and let it roll to a stop at the 20-yard line. Leading 16-14 tonight here against Bartlesville early. Roughers will start this series from their own 20, Nick. It's the deepest in their own end of the field they've had in possession so far tonight.
34-yard punt that time by the Bruins and no return. And as you said, the Roughers start with their worst field position of the evening.
Now moving from left to right or from north to south here at Ruffer Village. Swanson, Beasley, and Watson are the trio of receivers to the right side. Quick pitch out to the corner. Johnson trying to turn the corner. Gets hit behind the line of scrimmage and stumbles forward out to about the 23. Latavian Johnson, a 5'6", 150-pound sophomore that is not afraid to hit it up inside. But, Nick, if you give him a step, he's got the quickness to take it for big yardage.
309 yards coming into the game rushing. That's the first carry for Johnson tonight.
He'll remain as the running back. The Roughers this time will have twins left and right. Ficklin will take it, throw the quick route up the field, and McGee on a pitch. Back to Johnson. 30-35 has his feet cut out from underneath him on kind of the hook and ladder. Using an old terminology. Pass play goes upfield to the 40-yard line. 17-yard completion and a Kyle Edwards Buick GMC Rougher 1st and 10.
So combination pass run there for the Roughers.
Swanson and Watson will be to the far left. Beasley and McGee will be to the right. They'll put Andre in motion on the jet sweep. Got a block at the corner. Ducks inside out and drags a Bruin up to about the 43-yard line where he's collared. Bruin's doing a fairly decent job, Nick, on the edge.
Haven't let the Roughers get outside. The Roughers' big runs have been pretty much between tackles so far tonight.
Roughers Andre Beasley a little gimpy coming up off the turf. Now he goes down as an injured player. I don't know if that's a cramp or a turned ankle, but that's certainly not something that the Rougher coaches want to see here on this still rainy night at Rougher Village. While they tend to the injured player, let's take the 30-second timeout. 9:43 to go before halftime. Muskogee 16, Bartlesville 14 when we return on Rougher Football 2022.
In sports, having the right winning strategy is often the difference between winning and losing. The same is true when you need legal representation. For more than 15 years, the law offices of Michael E. Finnerty have successfully provided the winning strategy with excellence and integrity for the people of the Muskogee area in matters of personal injury, social security disability, and workers' compensation issues. The law office, Muskogee trusts Michael A. Finnerty, ready to develop a winning strategy. Michael A. Finnerty, 436 Court Street in Muskogee. Call 687-1155. Online at finnertylaw.com.
Welcome back on Rougher Football 2022, 9:43 to go before halftime. Andre Beasley, the injured player from Muskogee, being helped to his feet. But he's at least standing, Nick. That's a good sign.
I think he got his belt. Well, let's see if he's going to.
He was a little gimpy on that ankle.
Yeah.
As he went to the left side on that last running play, picked up 3. Some other scores from round 6A2 in an important game as far as the 3 and 4 positions stand. Tulsa, Washington now in the second quarter at home, leading Sand Springs 14-7. Stillwater shutting out Tahlequah 28-0. And the problems just continue for U.S. Grant. Last night they were pasted by Putnam City West by the final count of 68-0.
Beasley coming off with that right ankle being favored considerably. So we'll see what his situation is if he'll get back in the game.
Latavian Johnson will be to the right of sophomore quarterback Jamarian Ficklin. Trips to the wide side right. Bird looking over the defensive scheme of Bartlesville. Takes the snap. In the pocket, little quarterback draw. 45, spins out of a tackle. Still on his feet at the midfield stripe. He'll get a little urge from behind. The ball came out, but the officials, are they going to mark this one down? Or are they going to give it to Bartlesville? No, they will give it to Bartlesville. Bird went to the turf, and as he's going down, I guess the ball squirts free. The gain will be for 8 yards to the 49 in Bruin territory. But is there a change of possession?
Now the officials again converging. I've seen a lot of that so far here early in the game.
All 5 officials huddling together about this situation here. It kind of gives you an idea you may have a split jury. They'll call it rougher football. And the head coach of the Bruins, Harry Wright, is out pleading with the official on his sideline as if to say, wait a minute, you pointed our football. But all 5 officials huddled together and ruled, and now the referee will be summoned over. That, of course, is Daniel Leader. His officiating partners tonight, Don Nutt, Jermaine O'Gwen, Chris Barrow, and Randy Scott. The gain by Ficklin goes to the 49, an 8-yard pickup on a Kyle Edwards Buick GMC, 1st and 10. 9:28 to go here in the first half. Ruffers leading it 16-14 in what has been more of a roller coaster ebb and flow of tonight's football game.
Ruffers have only fumbled the ball once all year, but they've lost it.
Ficklin fortunate to be ruled down before that ball came free.
Rain now a little bit heavier coming down.
Ficklin this time will have Johnson off his right shoulder. Motion, they hand it off on the sweep, coming near side, stretching it to the corner, 50, 45, down the boundary, 14. This is Swanson inside the 40. Downfield to the 34-yard line. That's a 15-yard gallop, and another Kyle Edwards Buick GMC rougher, 1st down and 10.
Nice run that time on the sweep by Swanson.
Good blocking as well by the guys doing all the road grading. Now Ficklin will bring McGee in motion. They'll counter, give it off in traffic. Johnson through a crease, 30, 25. Pushed and hit from behind by the defender for the Bruins. The gain goes downfield to the 24, and that's just enough for another Kyle Edwards Buick GMC rougher, 1st down and 10.
Things moving quickly here.
Everybody quickly to the line of scrimmage. Ficklin with Johnson going to give it off to LJ, trying to come to the corner. Squirts through a crease, 20, 15, stiff arms the tackler, keeps his balance, and goes downfield to the 6-yard line. Nick, how he got anything out of that cluster of Bruins, but he just kind of squeezes through the narrowest gap, then kept his balance and scampers from the 24 to the 6, 18 yards, and another 1st and goal to go for Muskogee.
4 carries in this series for Johnson, and he's got 41 yards already.
Bill Huddleston, Nick Hampton, and the Rougher TV crew on this week number 9 of high school football. McGee will be the single receiver out to the right. Now they'll bring another one as Ficklin drops back in the pocket. Blitz comes, throw the ball toward the end zone. McGee trying to work his way free of the defender. He got it. Held on to the football. Now there is a flag thrown at the end of the play. Was it offensive or defensive pass interference? Caden McGee got the call.
Came off too. I don't know if that was part of it.
So our referee will come over and confer with this official that was there. Rule the catch good.
I think it's got to be defensive myself. They were kind of face guarding McGee and really didn't ever look around. Official trying to find a switch on his mic there.
It's the on-off button, sir.
Yeah. It is a touchdown.
Personal foul against Bartlesville. That'll be on the kickoff. So the touchdown stands, Ficklin to McGee. That's the 12th touchdown grab by Caden McGee this year. And Darian Armstrong will come on to try to add the single 1-point PAT. Rolling snap. Wood gets it on the ground. Armstrong's kick is up, and it's off to the left. No good. Bad snap, bad result. 8:14 left, first half. Ruffers on top, 22-14. When we return in 30 seconds, this is Rougher Football 2022.
There's never been a better time to find a great deal on a sedan, truck, or crossover at Nissan of Muskogee. Call 918-683-6605 or go to nissanofmuskogee.com. There's never been a better time to find a great deal on a sedan, truck, or crossover at Nissan of Muskogee. Call 918-683-6605 or go to nissanofmuskogee.com.
a 9-play, 80-yard drive. Ruffers going to third down only once in that possession. Some good runs by Latavian Johnson in that scoring drive, and the finishing toss, Ficklin to McGee. With 8:14 left here in the first half, Ruffers have now expanded the advantage to 22-14. There was a personal foul against Bartlesville. That means the Ruffers will kick off from the 45-yard line. Now, Nick, if you're Muskogee, do you maybe gamble a little bit here?
I don't think so. I think we just go ahead and kick it down the field.
I may roll it down the field, though, make you make some decisions. Armstrong will approach. He hits the bounder. It pops straight up in the air. Bruins can't find it. Ruffers do. I just had an inkling. See who it was that made the recovery for the Ruffers. That's as he was earlier this year, Israel Martin. Remember, he had the onside kick recovery at Carl Albert. So the onside kick, Ruffers recover. It's actually a deep kick. And Martin able to recover it, and Muskogee will start 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line.
So that's a good momentum changer for the Ruffers. Put one in here and get some breathing room.
22-14, Ruffers with an 8-point cushion after that missed PAT. Empty backfield for Ficklin. In the pocket, waits, throws to the end zone. Watson is there. Ant-Man with the catch. Touchdown, Muskogee. The same post pattern that they ran here a couple of weeks ago, Nick Hampton. And this one works to perfection right on the fingertips. Ficklin with that almost unbelievable touch. Watson with the secured catch, and the Ruffers have put another 6 points on the scoreboard.
Puts Ficklin over the 100-yard mark passing tonight now, 105 yards.
So now up 28-14. Ruffers missed on their last field PAT attempt. Now, Nick, we got to remember here that the Ruffers have a backup holder, Dylan Wood. Of course, Jaden Bell has handled those duties all year long. Now play clock down to 5-4. Ficklin checking the clock, takes the snap. There was motion prior to the snap, though, as one of the guys up front got a little too eager to move. That'll result in a 5-yard penalty. But after recovering an onside kick, the Ruffers strike quickly in one play, Ficklin to Watson. The 5-yard penalty will move it back out to the 8. And they'll try the conversion again.
And the Ruffers are going to call, or Bartlesville's going to call timeout.
So the Bruins will take the timeout. Nick, let's just keep it here. 28-14 Muskogee. Other scores currently going on tonight in Class 6A2 as we try to update our scoreboard. A little bit slow on the refresh.
Leadership experience and even get a head start on your civilian career.
Stillwater was leading Bartlesville by the count of 28-0. Here comes my scoreboard update. Now it's still 28-0. Tulsa, Washington has increased their advantage over Sand Springs 20-7. Choctaw shutting out Putnam City 16-0. Lawton leading Putnam City North 14-7, and Deer Creek cruising against Capitol Hill 48-0. That's at halftime.
Some 4A scores of local interest. Hilldale ahead of Medill 10-0. That game in the second quarter. Wagner shutting out Catoosa tonight 34-0. Fort Gibson and Sallisaw tied at 14 apiece in the second.
So after the timeout by Bartlesville, the Ruffers will go for the conventional 2-point play. As Ficklin will have Tolbert to his right. Play action. Bird's going to keep it. He's going to wait. They're going to throw the wheel route back to to Tolbert. Makes the grab, but there's a penalty flag down. This may be a holding call on one of the Ruffers in the interior side.
That's where the flag is thrown. Ficklin leading.
Holding is the call against Muskogee, so that would back it up from the 8 to the 18. A nice wheel route that time, and Tolbert was by himself. The holding flag will walk it back upfield, and we've seen a flurry of laundry on the turf.
7 against the Roughers here in this first quarter plus for 50 yards, and now
from the
a
spot,
very long two-point conversion.
Yeah, because he goes all the way back out to the 22 from the spot of the flag. But still leading 28-14. You're trying to get your 16-point advantage here, Nick. Roughers this time will put Twins to the right side. Or trips to the wide out right. Ficklin with an empty backfield. Takes the waist-high snap. Just going to lob it up for grabs. Out there is Watson. Sure hands again. 2 points, Ant-Man. Ruffers with the score. No laundry. Wait a minute. There is laundry on the field.
I think. Can't see, though, because it's dark. Now we're ready.
See which way this lane. An ineligible man downfield. That takes away the 2-point conversion.
And another penalty on the Roughers.
Now, does that result in loss of down?
I don't know if you can have a loss of down on a PAT.
I think you can. Travis Hill's out talking with the official on his sideline.
Moves it back to the 27.
But 3 consecutive penalties against the Roughers. The last 2, of course, wiping out the 2-point conversion.
Well, they made it look pretty easy there from the 22. Ficklin just kind of stepped back a few steps and just lobbed a pass down, and Watson ran under it.
You could tell Travis, who holds the headgear in his hand, wasn't in total agreement with the flag. But the penalty will take away the 2-point conversion with 8 minutes left before halftime. So we'll try this. What is this, the 4th time, Nick?
Yep, 3 penalties, and now it'll be 4th time.
Ficklin will stare over to the sideline to Chris Reisenhoover and the offensive coaching staff, who will signal in this 2-point conversion try from the 27. It's all or nothing here. Again, empty backfield for Ficklin. Waits in the pocket. Plenty of time. Now pressure up the middle. As Bird scampers to his left, calling for a receiver to come open. He'll lob it to the end zone. It's deflected and through the hands of the intended target, which out there that time for Muskogee was Rayshawn Ellis. And the 2-point conversion that is good the first 2 times, but wiped out because of a penalty on the next chance is called no good. And there's timeout on the field. 8 minutes left, 8:02, 28-14 Muskogee. Back in 30 seconds on Rougher Football 2022. Tradition. It's a word that means a lot. Just as the tradition of the Muskogee Roughers requires commitment of great players and coaches, Lesher Millsap Funeral Home takes pride in providing great value and commitment every day with a tradition of service to the families of the Muskogee area. Just like in football, tradition must be earned on every play, every day, not just in the final score. And that's why you can trust Lesher Millsap Funeral Home to be there for you when it counts the most. Lesher Millsap Funeral Home, proud to be part of the Muskogee tradition of excellence. Bill Huddleston, Nick Hampton, and our Rougher TV crew bring you the sights and sounds of tonight's game here from Rougher Village. The precipitation that began falling right before kickoff has lightened up just a little bit as the Roughers will prepare to kick off, leading 8:02 left, 28-14 here in the first half. Fair catch signal for by the Bruins at the 23.
Fair catch called for at the 23-yard line.
So was there not a personal foul on the touchdown? Or did they have to decline that? Was that the call? On McGee's touchdown catch?
They did call a penalty there.
But remember, that was the other one.
Yeah.
So now it'll be 1st and 10 for the Bruins. It's been a long week, Nick.
That was a long series right there trying to get through the point after.
8:02 to go before halftime as now Bartlesville down by 2 scores. Nate Neal on the handoff, giving it off to Wallace, and he's smothered in the backfield.
Ant-Man again.
Anthony Watson last week, who had 3 sacks on the quarterback, Lathan Boone of Tulsa, Washington, that time dropping Wallace back upfield at the 18-yard line. It'll be a loss of 5.
That is only the 2nd tackle for loss that Watson's had this year. He's had some sacks, as you mentioned.
Neal this time on a play-action series again. Did Wallace off the right side, straight ahead, back out across the 20 and up to about the 23 before he's runs into Aiden Kemp and company.
So it gets back the yardage plus one that they lost before.
So another third down situation here as the clock rolls with 7:15 before halftime. 28-14 Muskogee. Scoreboard update brought to you by Nissan of Muskogee. Neal in the gun, takes the knee-high snap, sets up, wants to stretch the field down the boundary. Ruffers are running with him, but the pass way overthrown.
Let's see, do we have a flag down somewhere?
Well, I'm not certain.
I heard the fans groaning. I don't see the flag, but they call pass interference against the Ruffers.
So the PI will result in a 15-yard walk-off, and Bartlesville will get a fresh set of downs.
Wow.
So not only are the raindrops falling, so are the penalty flags in considerable numbers.
Maybe it was record night for the Ruffers in that regard.
7 minutes left to go before halftime.
9 penalties for 70 yards for the Ruffers.
Neal with Wallace to his right. Hands it off on the stretch, and the Ruffers this time drag it out and draw and quarter it to perfection. Parker Pellet was one of the first Ruffers to get there. Tim Moore also on the stop. It's a loss of yardage back from the 39 to the 36. 2nd and 13. Bruins tonight here against Muskogee end up the regular season against Tahlequah next week on the slant. Inside catch made at the 43 and up to the 47-yard line. That time is Noah Darnell. Doug Sopor with a great deal of speed. Nick, he took a kickoff return last week against Sand Springs to the end zone. So from the 36 to the 46, a 10-yard pickup. Bruins will face 3rd and 3, needing to reach the 49-yard line. P.J. Wallace, sophomore running back who had 200 yards rushing a week ago against the Sandites. They run the counter, give it off to Wallace, coming right side. Ruffers get on his shoulder and ride him to the turf. They're going to say the knee went to the field at the 48-yard line. That would lead the Bruins a yard short.
Tayon Brewer wrapping him up and keeping him from getting the first down.
So now, with 5:40 to go here before halftime, Bartlesville making personnel substitutions, and everybody staring to the sideline for the play call. Kind of the diamond look, straight snap back. Ruffers had it stopped, but just couldn't get him to the ground. On the carry for Bartlesville,
Anthony Watson had him by the legs, but couldn't stop him, and now Watson's on the turf.
Yeah, I think that's more in frustration that he didn't make the stop, but they'll call it good enough for the first down at the 49-yard line. You can tell the
fans didn't like the spot very well.
No, they didn't, but I think it was the right call. That was a wildcat set, and the snap went directly to Wallace. It's now 1st and 10 from the 49. Motion in front of the quarterback, Nate Neal. Trips to the right, wide side right. Neal straight back in the pocket, waits, while across the middle, has a receiver open at the 25, the 20, the 15. Just ran between defenders and takes it downfield.
That is Caden Brown who makes the reception down there.
So the gain goes all the way to the 11-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Bruins. Ruffers secondary's been scorched a few times here tonight. Now they hand off to Wallace, starting to his right, and he runs into a solid green-clad wall.
It was a 40-yard pass play on that last play for the Bruins.
Pickup of 2 here on this first down attempt. Nico Damian will be the single receiver to the right. Now they'll move one over to help. Play action series. Throw back in front of the defender. And the grab made by Noah Darnell. And the Bruins strike right back. 77-yard drive on the 9-yard touchdown completion. Nate Neal to Noah Darnell. Ruffer defender that time was Jaron Riggs Brown.
He just split the receivers down the middle, and Darnell doing a nice job of finding the right space in there, and Neal made a nice delivery to him.
Bruins have an injured player on the field as well before the PAT, but Bartlesville coming with a little extra gallop here tonight, Nick. Muskogee's won 5 of the last 6 meetings, but the last time the Bruins entered into Muskogee, they left with a 52-24 win over the Roughers.
Neal 6 of 10 passing so far tonight, 195 yards.
77-yard drive that took 7, 8, 9, 10 plays.
3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, that's right.
And the finishing effort, of course, that big 40-yard strike from Neal to Caden Brown, and then the touchdown 2 plays later, Neal going right back to Noah Darnell. Nick, one of the things that you may overlook is this is a very young football program at Bartlesville. I mean, looking at their lineup of starters, there's only 2 seniors on the offensive side and some very well-disciplined players.
I've been impressed with Neal. He's handled, particularly for a sophomore, handled the offense very well for this Bruin team.
Bruins players still being attended to. So while they do that, Nick, let's take a 30-second timeout. We'll return. 4:28 to go before halftime. Muskogee up 28-20 with the PAT to follow by the Bruins when we come back in 30 seconds.
It's a time when uncertainty spreads faster than understanding. It's also a time when taking steps to prepare can help us all find a sense of security. At ServPro, helping our nation's homes, businesses, and shared spaces be more clean, be more safe, is why we're here. Here in your community, here to help.
Welcome back on Rougher Football. 2022 injured player for the Bruins still being given assistance on the turf. Nick, while they're attending to the injured player, Bartlesville, let's check around on the high school football scoreboard for this week, number 9.
So let's go back here and check on the big guys and see how they're doing tonight.
Tell you, Tulsa, Washington, and Sand Springs are in a dandy. Hornets with a 20-14 advantage. Bruin player to his feet. Stillwater shutting out Tahlequah at halftime, 35-0.
Broken Arrow and Jenks are tied at 14 in the first quarter.
Choctaw shutting out Putnam City. The last update there was 16-0. Ponca City leading Northwest Classen by the score of 23-0
Bixby continuing their march through 6A1.
They did that last night, yeah.
Beat Moore 64-7.
If the Spartans score less than 60 points, you might have something to talk about.
That's right.
They have just been mounting up numbers by the bunches. Their training staff was out assisting.
Union leading Edmond Memorial 27-14.
Can't tell who the injured player is, Nick. But the Bruins now here will forego the single PAT try. Now they will try the PAT.
Can't quite read who that number is either.
Chase Eves will try to make it a 7-point game if he can convert the point after touchdown. Good snap. Kicks away. It crawls over the upright good. And with 4:28 to go before halftime, it's a 7-point, 28-21 lead for the Muskogee Roughers. We're back in 30 seconds on Rougher Football 2022.
In times of need, it's comforting to see faces of people you know and trust. Cornerstone Funeral Home in Muskogee cherishes the opportunity to be there for you and your family in life's most challenging times when friends are most important. Cornerstone Funeral Home and Crematory welcomes the opportunity to answer any questions regarding planning and pre-arrangements for you and your loved ones. Experience the difference. Cornerstone Funeral Home, 1830 North York in Muskogee, where you'll find faces you know and reputations you trust.
The bleachers and meet Coach Fields.
Bill Huddleston, Nick Hampton back with you at Ruffer Village. Bartlesville answering the Muskogee touchdown on a 77-yard, 10-play drive. Nate Neal to Noah Darnell for the 6-point toss.
Rougher secondary, unusually porous tonight. They've given up 2 or 3 long plays, a couple of touchdowns, and like I said, they have 195 yards passing tonight.
It's been the biggest productivity night for virtually any opponent here tonight against Bartlesville. So the Bruins will kick off. A kind of a knuckling type kick. Ruffers will field it at the 28 and come out to about the 33-yard line. That's Israel Martin. Muskogee will start 1st and 10 from its 34-yard line in a 7-point contest with 4:25 to go before halftime. Certainly hasn't been the type of contest, Nick, that I think most of the Ruffer fans here tonight came to watch.
Well, Ruffers have been a lot more balanced tonight than we've seen them in the past, where they've been fairly heavy on the pass side. Tonight it's a pretty even split as far as rushing yardage and passing yardage.
Ficklin will go up under center. He'll fake the pitch, toss it back to Latavian Johnson, trying to find the corner. Stops, and he's going to be he's going to keep his feet, but he's going to lose yardage. As the Bruins did a great job of extending that to the sideline, and then the cavalry came in a hurry.
It's the old saying, he who hesitates is lost. And that's what happened to Latavian there, is he didn't make up his mind which way to go and ends up losing about 3.
And they're going to mark it back to the 32. So let's call it 2nd and 12 with the scoreboard clock reading 3:55 left in the half. Muskogee 28, Bartlesville 21. Now the Ruffers will put twin receivers out wide to the right. Ficklin back in the gun, rolls to his right, looking to throw, trying to find somebody in an area, and a catch delivered right into the waiting hands of his receiver. Caden McGee on a last-minute out, right on the sideline, making the grab at the 47-yard line.
22 yards, 21 yards.
Good enough for a Kyle Edwards Buick GMC 1st down and 10. From the 32 to the 46 as they're going to mark it. And then there must have been a penalty flag after the play because a flag being walked off against the Bruins. A major infraction of 15-yard variety. That'll take it from the 46 downfield to the 31. So they'll go from the 32 on one end to the 31 on the opposite side after the penalty against Bartlesville.
Just the second penalty against the Bruins tonight.
And we're going to get a timeout on the field. 3:36 left before halftime. Muskogee leading Bartlesville 28-21. We're back in 30 seconds. You're watching Ruffer Football 2022.
Whether you're shopping for a new Chevrolet or want to trade and get paid, power up! It's the Supercharged Sales Event at J. Hodge Chevrolet in Muskogee. You know what up to $1,500 more for your trade means? Supercharged savings. Shop more new Chevy. Inventory arriving daily. Don't overpay. Come see Jay. Get a trade-in bonus up to $1,500 when you buy now. Supercharged savings powered by J. Hodge Chevrolet in Muskogee. 144 West Shawnee.
Welcome back to Ruffer Village on this week number 9, Friday night of high school football. Ruffers on the 22-yard pass connection from Jamarian Ficklin to Caden McGee. Get the beneficiaries of that 15-yard personal foul on the Bruins. To set up shop on the Kyle Edwards Buick GMC 1st and 10 at the Bartlesville 31-yard line. Tonight, it's Bartlesville. Next Friday night, it's for all the marbles in the district. In the district championship, Muskogee and Stillwater. But right now, Muscogee's just trying to hold its protection grab on that undefeated mark. 3 wide receivers go to the far left. McGee by himself to the right. On the handoff, Ficklin's going to keep it. Cuts inside of a tackle to the 30 to 25 and stumbles downfield to the 23. He'll get downfield to the 23. That would be an 8-yard quarterback keeper. Clock running with 3:20 to go before intermission.
Ficklin with 40 carries on the season coming into the game has 5 tonight already.
Well, this one may be coming back too, Nick, because the Ruffers are backpedaling. Clock showing 3:12 to go before halftime. Maybe some equipment malfunction between the officials.
Yeah, that's it.
And of course, they've got their own individual communication between each other. They'll mark the ball at the 23. So 2nd and 2, trying to add another touchdown here before halftime. On the whistle of the official, the clock begins to run. McGee and Watson will be split to the right side. Ficklin with Johnson on his left hip. Stands in the pocket, waits, looking for McGee, trying to get free, fights off a defender, and couldn't make the catch.
No doubt on that as a pass
interference. The defensive back for the Bruins just reached out and grabbed the jersey of Caden McGee to prohibit him from any chance of making the touchdown grab. Hayden Taylor was the cornerback matched up on Caden on that try. The pass interference penalty will take it half the distance.
So it'll end up around the 12 when they put it down.
But it'll be a 1st and 10.
And then they'll put it at the 11, looks like.
So put the ball at the 11-yard line on the PI against the Bruins. And Muskogee will have 1st and 10 from just upfield from the 11, kind of halfway between the 11 and the 12-yard line. Clock stopped on that personal foul penalty against the Bruins. McGee and Watson again to the wide side right. Handoff in traffic. Johnson being grabbed around the ankles and stopped. He'll get maybe a yard. Maybe a yard and a half, call it, to the 10. 2nd and 9. Bruins tough between the tackles, Nick. Avery Hitchens, 240-pound sophomore defensive tackle, making the stop there. Ruffers content to let that clock run. 2:22 and counting before halftime, leading at 28-21. Now trips to the wide side right. McGee, the one out on the numbers. They'll run the direct snap. Coming near side. Ficklin just keeps it himself and drives inside the 10, but goes down at the 9. So a 1-yard pickup on the quarterback run, where it'll be 3rd down and goal to go. Again, the Bruins doing a good job defending the edge.
Probably strung out a long time before Ficklin turned it up the field as well to give the Bruins a little time to string it out.
Colton Heinzinger was the young man that stretched that to the boundary.
Play clock down inside 5 now.
Ruffers going to have to spend a timeout here with 1:29 to go before halftime. Trying to find the end zone for 6 before halftime, down leading on the scoreboard 28-21. We're back in 30 seconds on Ruffer Football 2022.
Stop by your local Bravado Wireless store to discover our current plans and promotions.
Well, dude, I didn't see anything.
We're Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
Ruffer Football this season brought to you in part by Excel Physical Therapy, by Buffalo Wild Wings, sponsor of our Ruffer Player of the Game, by Nissan of Muskogee, and by Bravado Wireless, the power of connection.
3rd down, about 8 for the Ruffers. They can get a 1st down without scoring if they can get it down to the 1 or so.
2 decades, Runs Barbecue has been feeding the Ruffers, and with the holidays around the corner,
3rd and 8, needing to reach inside the 2 for the 1st down stick. Now McGee will be the single receiver to the boundary right. Trips outside, counter roll out. Ficklin, throw it to the end zone, wide open again is Anthony Watson, and this time he can't hold on to it. And Ficklin got decked on the pass release, too, by the Bruin defender, Colton Heinzinger.
So now 4th down, and it looks like Travis Hill's going to go for the 3 here.
Darian Armstrong will come on to try the field goal. 2 of 5 on the year. But Watson that time just saw the ball fall between his fingertips. Dylan Wood will be on to hold. Place the tee at the 16. This would be a 26-yard field goal off the right hash mark. Snap is back good. Kick is on the way. It looks good, and it is good. 26-yard field goal. The Ruffers add 3 to the scoreboard to take a 10-point advantage, 31-21 over Bartlesville. Back in 30 seconds on Ruffer Football 2022.
Pioneer Abstract, proudly serving residential and commercial customers throughout Muskogee County since 1905. Serving banks, mortgage companies, and mortgage brokers with refinancing, purchase, 1031 tax-deferred exchanges, along with full escrow services and more. Pioneer Abstract offers the convenience of centralized services for escrow accounts, title insurance, and title searches. Pioneer Abstract, here yesterday, here today, and here tomorrow at 412 West Broadway in downtown Muskogee, or call Pioneer Abstract at 683-2904.
Muskogee on a 26-yard field goal from Darian Armstrong, his third conversion on the field goal tries for the year. Makes it a 31-21 score here with 1:20 to go before halftime. High kick. Bruins will field it at the 21. Trying to come upfield. Ruffers had containment but didn't lose it. And the Bruins with second and third ever going to get a decent return out to the 36-yard line.
Tim Moore had a shot at him back at around the 25 or so and couldn't wrap him up. And the return man gets another 10 yards off of it.
Ball brought back upfield that time by Ashton Leiden. Got to remember, Nick, these names on the roster are last name, first name.
Yeah.
So Bartlesville with 1:13 to go before halftime. We'll start 1st and 10 from their 35, now down by 10. Neal will take the snap, throws in the flat, and that one kind of short-hopped, incomplete. Tried to throw it over to Damian Nico, who was on a knee trying to scoop it off the turf. The incomplete pass stops the clock.
Ruffer defense now really needs to buckle down, not let the Bruins get back into scoring position here before halftime.
Jaden Bell is he in? Yeah, he is over on the far corner, on the opposite side of the field. Now Neal takes the snap. Ruffers come with a blitz, pass up the middle as it was a moment ago, and this might be pass interference.
I don't think they hit him.
No, but I think there's face guarding, or could have been. The pass is incomplete. Is at the last minute. Not certain, but I thought it was Brandon Tolbert who got his hands up, and the ball hit him squarely in the back. So no laundry, no dirty flags on the field. Brings up a 3rd and 10.
3rd and 10 for the Bruins here.
Clock
taking a long time, yeah. Play clock down to 6-5. Bruins not up to the line of scrimmage
and
yet.
They'll call a timeout to talk about it. 31-21. Let's go to the high school Friday night scoreboard. Deer Creek having no trouble with Capitol Hill. These are in 6A2, 48-0. Lawton leading Putnam City North 28-14. Tulsa, Washington 20, Sand Springs 14. Stillwater at halftime, last scoreboard update we had was 35-0. Nick, you got something more?
Well, we're looking at some of the 3A scores that we haven't been to. Stigler trailing Berryhill 7-0 at halftime. And that's really about the only 3A score locally. Muldrow being hammered by Lincoln Christian tonight, 35-7.
Broken Bow leading Stillwell 20-14. Hilldale now in the third, leading Medill 10-0. Fort Gibson trailing Sallisaw 17-14. That's at halftime. Wagner cruising 41-6.
Down in Class A, Colcord over Hulbert 50-0 tonight.
3rd and 10 for the Bruins from their 35 out of the timeout. Sophomore quarterback Nate Neal, who took over late as a freshman to do the signal calling duties. Calls his own number on a quarterback keeper, trying to get to the outside, and slides. He saw the Ruffer defense closing in a hurry and just went into self-protection mode, sliding to the turf at the 40-yard line where he gets 5, stopping the clock with 50 seconds to go before halftime.
Bartlesville calls a timeout to stop the clock. So
now, Nick, this is a little perplexing to me. I mean, it's still going to be 3rd and 6 as they part the ball at the 39. Or 4th and 6, rather, at the 39. If you don't make this...
Well, you wouldn't think there would be much doubt that we would be kicking the ball here. Because like you say, if they don't convert, it gives the Roughers great field position with still 50 seconds to play. And the Roughers still have all their timeouts.
Poto leading Ada tonight, 20-0. In Class 4A.
Excuse me, the Roughers have one timeout
left. 50 seconds to go before halftime in what has been a topsy-turvy roller coaster experience here in the first half.
It's been a first half full of big plays and penalties that will be the highlights of this first half.
Might look for that same pass across the middle. Jaden Bell is going to be back deep, as Caden Brown will be on to punt now as the Bruins opt to go the kicking game. Good snap back. Running kick is away, and it's a bullet that Bell will field. Keeps it himself, dancing around, trying to find running room, and there's nothing to do there as the ball will be placed at the 30-yard line. Nice to see Jaden Bell, though, back doing that punt return, Nick. He's doing that with a 1.5 hands because that right hand has that big cast on it. Soft cast, but still it's keeping him out of the offensive side. That's his left hand rather than right, excuse me. 40 seconds to go before halftime. Dial something up big, Rise.
Let's see. I think you're going to be looking downfield with the passing game here in the final 40 seconds to see if you can hit a long bomb.
Also would be interesting to find out the condition of Andre Beasley, who went down with that ankle injury and has not returned. Now Ficklin in the pocket, waits, going to stretch the field, looking for McGee, cuts inside, and then he's tackled. And there's pass interference again. The defensive back here on the boundary left, Hayden Taylor, just reached out and tackles Caden McGee, who was adjusting to the football. The pass interference penalty will give a 15-yard walk-off and bring it out to the 45. Nick, now you could say that's a silly penalty, but in defense perhaps of Taylor, 15 is better than 6 points.
Well, that's the third PI call. I'm not sure they've all been against Taylor, but they've all been in that area throwing against McGee. And that moves the ball up to the 45.
So now with 34 seconds left, the offensive-minded Roughers trying to put up another 6 points before intermission, leading 31-21. And this is a trips wide left, twins to the right. Johnson and Watson going to throw in. There's a penalty flag prior to the snap. Roughers, I don't think, were set. That'll be procedure. So back it up 5.
That'll be the 10th flag against the Roughers now.
In just 2 quarters of play.
That's right, 75 yards in penalties.
A gentleman that, just on that note, I know will not sleep well tonight is head coach Travis Hill, because if there's one thing that strikes the match and gets his boiling water flowing, costly and, as he'll say, silly penalties.
That's right.
1st and 15 from the 40 again. Trips to the boundary left short. Going to throw the underneath bubble to Watson. It's picked off.
No.
Pass Watson intercepted, and taking it to the house will be Damian Nico. That doesn't happen very often. Tried to throw that little underneath bubble to Watson, and it was wide to his left side. And Nico, with the INT, takes it in on the 40-yard interception return. And this game gets more like a Halloween contest.
Appropriately.
So now the place kicker for the Bruins will be on to try the PAT. That is Chase Eves. He'll try to make this a 3-point game. Ball is down, kick is through the uprights, good. And with 23 seconds to go before halftime, trick or treat. The Bruins knocking on the door, but Muskogee holding to a 3-point advantage, 31-28. We're back in 30 seconds on Rougher Football 2022.
Runts Barbecue serves up hand-rubbed, slow-cooked goodness. Anytime you're feeding a few hundred, hey, we're just tailgating with friends. Call the experts. Runts Barbecue. Ribs, brisket, burnt ends, mouth-watering hot link, and smoked chicken. Where everything is made from scratch, from the barbecue sauce to the banana pudding. Give us a try, and you won't be disappointed. Runts Barbecue. 918-681-3900. Runts Barbecue. Slow-cooked goodness in Muskogee.
Muskogee got the football, Nick, you'd think, looking for an opportunity for a score, but after a pass interference penalty, it put the ball at the 45, and then a 5-yard procedural penalty backed it up on the 10th flag against the Ruffers. An errant pass from Jamarian Ficklin intended for Anthony Watson ends up in the wide-open hands of Damian Nico, who scampers untouched 40 yards to make it a 3-point game, 31-28.
Just the 5th interception of a Ficklin pass this year.
It's 3, though, in the last 2 weeks. A bullet kick that'll bound one time and score a pass. Now, that's a live ball. Ruffers have got to go back and pick it up, and they'll alertly let it run out of bounds, which means the ball will come to the 35, but, man.
Had to hold your breath there and make sure it was going to go out. That
Indeed.
was close.
So the ball will be placed at the 35-yard line with 23 seconds left. Now, the way this first half is going, Nick, I'm not so sure Muskogee's not better off just to take it to a knee and
go in the locker room, yep. Although I'm sure they're not going to be filled with pleasant words from Travis Hill here at halftime.
No, I'm certain they won't on either side of the football. But the Ruffers will have one opportunity. Trying to look down to the sideline, see, Nick, if any sightings of Andre Beasley. As we said, sustained what appeared to be an ankle injury there early on. Ficklin this time will have the running back to his right. He'll hand it off to Latavian up the middle. The gain will go from the 35 to the 39, and that's going to be the end of the first half.
Johnson takes the ball to the 40-yard line, gain of 5.
A pickup of 5, but there's 10 seconds to go before intermission. And the Ruffers will just let the clock run out, and the two teams will go to the dressing room. But what has been strange, perhaps an appropriate word to choose here tonight, through 2 quarters of play, it's anybody's ball game. Bartlesville trailing the Ruffers. Muskogee 31, Bartlesville 28. We're back in 3 minutes. This is Ruffer Football 2022.
I'm Kyle Edwards for Kyle Edwards Buick GMC in Muskogee and the all-new Kyle Edwards Auto Group in Shakota. With the addition of Chevrolet, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Shakota and Buick GMC in Muskogee, it now gives our customers a great lineup of new makes and models to choose from. We are very proud to bring you a buying experience you won't find anywhere else. If you haven't visited us yet, come give us a chance. You'll like what you see. Family-owned, customer-friendly, Kyle Edwards Buick GMC in Muskogee and Kyle Edwards Auto Group in Shakota.
Your injury recovery goals, plus Excel Therapy's expertise, are your winning game plan. At Excel, our #1 goal is to get you back to peak performance as quickly as possible. Our physical therapy and sports medicine professionals will take you from setback to comeback.
Excel Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. With 16 locations and no physician referral required, you can begin healing today. Excel Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. Look for us online at exceltherapyok.com.
In sports, having the right winning strategy is often the difference between winning and losing. The same is true when you need legal representation. For more than 15 years, the law offices of Michael E. Finnerty have successfully provided the winning strategy with excellence and integrity for the people of the Muskogee area in matters of personal injury, social security disability, and workers' compensation issues. The law office, Muskogee trusts Michael A. Finnerty, ready to develop a winning strategy. Michael A. Finnerty, 436 Court Street in Muskogee. Call 687-1155. Online at finnertylaw.com.
There's never been a better time to find a great deal on a sedan, truck, or crossover at Nissan of Muskogee. Call 918-683-6605 or go to nissanofmuskogee.com. There's never been a better time to find a great deal on a sedan, truck, or crossover at Nissan of Muskogee. Call 918-683-6605 or go to nissanofmuskogee.com.
Tradition. It's a word that means a lot. Just as the tradition of the Muskogee Roughers requires commitment of great players and coaches, Lesher Millsap Funeral Home takes pride in providing great value and commitment every day with a tradition of service to the families of the Muskogee area. Just like in football, tradition must be earned on every play, every day, not just in the final score. And that's why you can trust Lesher Millsap Funeral Home to be there for you when it counts the most. Lesher Millsap Funeral Home, proud to be part of the Muskogee tradition of excellence.
It's a time when uncertainty spreads faster than understanding. It's also a time when taking steps to prepare can help us all find a sense of security. At ServPro, helping our nation's homes, businesses, and shared spaces be more clean, be more safe, is why we're here. Here in your community, here to help.
Back with you here at Rougher Village, where it's halftime. Strange game, befitting Halloween, I think, as the Roughers leading here against the Bartlesville Bruins, only 3 points, 31-28 here at the half. It's been a game of big plays, missed opportunities, and lots of scary penalties tonight on both sides, but primarily against the Roughers. Muskogee opened the game with the football, drove the ball down as far as about the 4-yard line, but then ran into difficulties. They thought about, they got a penalty, moved back to the 11, decided to go for it on 4th down, and ended up a little bit short of the first down, so they turned the ball over on downs. Bartlesville came right back and moved the ball down the field all the way in for a touchdown, 86 yards on the drive, and it was a pass from Neal to Nico for the touchdown. Point after made it 7-0 with 6:25 left to play in the first quarter, and the Roughers found themselves behind for the very first time this year, 7-0. But Muskogee came right back down the field. Turned the ball over again, though. Once they got down to the 6-yard line, threw a pass to Tolbert. He ended up about 3 inches short of the goal line, and the ball was turned over on downs again by Muskogee. The Baltimore Bruins ran 3 plays, went back to punt on 4th down. A bad snap resulted in a safety, and the Roughers got a couple of points out of it. And then after Bartlesville kicked the ball back on the first play, and Andre Beasley going 55 yards for the touchdown. Minute 59 to play in the first quarter, and it was 9-7 in favor of the Roughers. Bartlesville came right back, though, on the ensuing kickoff, and on the third play, 86-yard screen pass, Neal to Wallace, who rumbled his way down the field for the touchdown. That coming with a minute 8 to play in the first quarter, put the Bruins back on top, 14-9. And then the roller coaster continued as the Roughers got the ball back on the kickoff, ran 3 plays, and Tolbert broke loose on a 66-yard run for the touchdown to put the Roughers back on top. Bartlesville ended up having to punt on their next possession. Roughers got it back, rolled down the field 80 yards in 9 plays. Ficklin to McGee for a 6-yard touchdown pass, and then a series of penalties on the point after resulted in no conversion, made it 22-14. Roughers came right back, though, after the Bruins muffed the kickoff. Roughers recovered it, got it back at the 25, and on the first play, Ficklin to Watson for the touchdown, making it 28-14. Roughers looked like they were in comfortable position there, but then Bartlesville comes rolling back down the field, started with a kickoff at their own 23, and they took it all the way down the field, 77 yards in 10 plays. Neal to Noah Darnell for the touchdown, 4:28 to play in the half, made it 28-21. Roughers up the lead to 10 again on an Armstrong 26-yard field goal, 31-21, but then an errant pass by Jamarian Ficklin picked off by Nico on a pick 6, 40 yards, and makes it 31-28, and that's where we end the first half of play, with the Roughers only having a 3-point lead. We'll be back with more from Rougher Village after this 3-minute timeout. You're watching Rougher TV.
In times of need, it's comforting to see faces of people you know and trust. Cornerstone Funeral Home in Muskogee cherishes the opportunity to be there for you and your family in life's most challenging times when friends are most important. Cornerstone Funeral Home and Crematory welcomes the opportunity to answer any questions regarding planning and pre-arrangements for you and your loved ones. Experience the difference. Cornerstone Funeral Home, 1830 North York in Muskogee, where you'll find faces you know and reputations you trust.
Whether you're shopping for a new Chevrolet or want to trade and get paid, power up! It's the Supercharged Sales Event at J. Hodge Chevrolet in Muskogee. You know what up to $1,500 more for your trade means? Supercharged savings. Shop more new Chevy. Inventory arriving daily. Don't overpay. Come see Jay. Get a trade-in bonus up to $1,500 when you buy now. Supercharged savings powered by J. Hodge Chevrolet in Muskogee. 144 West Shawnee.
Stop by your local Bravado Wireless store to discover our current plans and promotions.
Well, dude, I didn't see anything.
We're Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
Pioneer Abstract, proudly serving residential and commercial customers throughout Muskogee County since 1905. Serving banks, mortgage companies, and mortgage brokers with refinancing, purchase, 1031 tax-deferred exchanges, along with full escrow services and more. Pioneer Abstract offers the convenience of centralized services for escrow accounts, title insurance, and title searches. Pioneer Abstract, here yesterday, here today, and here tomorrow at 412 West Broadway in downtown Muskogee, or call Pioneer Abstract at 683-2904.
Runt's Barbecue serves up hand-rubbed, slow-cooked goodness. Anytime you're feeding a few hundred, hey, we're just tailgating with friends. Call the experts. Runt's Barbecue. Ribs, brisket, burnt ends, mouth-watering hot link, and smoked chicken, where everything is made from scratch, from the barbecue sauce to the banana pudding. Give us a try, and you won't be disappointed. Runt's Barbecue, 918-681-3900. Runt's Barbecue, slow-cooked goodness in Muskogee.
I'm Kyle Edwards for Kyle Edwards Buick GMC in Muskogee and the all-new Kyle Edwards Auto Group in Shakota. With the addition of Chevrolet, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Shakota and Buick GMC in Muskogee, it now gives our customers a great lineup of new makes and models to choose from. We are very proud to bring you a buying experience you won't find anywhere else. If you haven't visited us yet, come give us a chance. You'll like what you see. Family-owned, customer-friendly, Kyle Edwards Buick GMC in Muskogee and Kyle Edwards Auto Group in Shakota.
Rougher U Sports Association being rewarded here tonight, Nick. All the members of the elementary level football teams, all the way from grades 1 up through grade 7, and there were some impressive records being posted. And then, of course, the cheerleaders that support those groups also out there tonight. Along with earlier, we had a combined effort of students of all ages that signed up to work with the Muskogee High School dance team for a little halftime celebration. So it is a little rougher night here at Rougher Village. Nick, and the numbers statistically in the first half, are they as close as what's on the scoreboard, 31-28 Muskogee here at half?
No, actually they're not, quite frankly, to be honest with you. Looking at the numbers, the Roughers with 13 first downs in the first half to just 5 for Bartlesville. Roughers have rushed 25 times for 279 yards, passed another 9 of 13 for 127. So the Roughers already with over 400 yards of offense, 406 yards of offense here at halftime. Bartlesville, 18 rushes for 59 yards, 6 of 12 passing, and a couple of long ones there for them, 195 yards. So they have 254 yards of total offense in the first half. Penalties, 10 against the Roughers in the first half for 75 yards. Bartlesville penalized 4 times for 57. Tolbert, the leading rusher for the Roughers this evening. He has 6 carries for 108 yards on the night. Wallace, who's done most of the heavy lifting for the Bruins, 16 carries for 54 yards in the game. So the Ruffers own the statistical category, but lead by only 3 on the scoreboard.
They also own one statistic that certainly will draw the fire of the coaches on both sides, the offensive and defensive groups. Those penalties in the first half, very, very costly, and then just some silly mistakes that have led to Bartlesville being able to take advantage. Some scores from around this week number 9 of high school football in the second quarter. Broken Arrow leading Jinx 21-14. Owasso shutting out Edmond Santa Fe 7-0. Next week's opponent for the district championship, the Pioneers of Stillwater hammering Tahlequah tonight 41-0. Tulsa, Washington leading Sand Springs 28-14. Coweta and Del City, which in my opinion is the game of the week. 2 Class 5A teams tied 7-7. McAllister and Sapulpa tied 14-14. 2 teams looking for their first win of the year. Sallisaw and Fort Gibson tonight. And the Black Diamonds with a 17-14 early advantage. Hilldale leading Medill 17-0. Eufaula leading Hugo 14-0. Former Ruffer coach Rafe Watkins, Prague Red Devils, undefeated on the season going into the game tonight against the Bayan Wolverines. But the Purple People Eaters, Nick, out in the front of the scoreboard 20-13. Warner shutting out Tahlequah Sequoia 17-0. And Keys still struggling to find the win side of the column. They trail Okima by the score of 30-6. Tonight here at Ruffer Village, amidst the rainfall that has been heavy at times and just frustrating at times, and that forecast brought to you by Ron Morton of TTCU. Thank you, Ron, for the precipitation here tonight. We could have done without it. But nevertheless, here at halftime, Ruffers have a 3-point cushion on the scoreboard, 31-28. We'll return with more Ruffer Football 2022 after this 60-second timeout.
Your injury recovery goals, plus Excel Therapy's expertise, are your winning game plan. At Excel, our #1 goal is to get you back to peak performance as quickly as possible. Our physical therapy and sports medicine professionals will take you from setback to comeback.
Excel Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. With 16 locations and no physician referral required, you can begin healing today. Excel Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. Look for us online at exceltherapyok.com.
In sports, having the right winning strategy is often the difference between winning and losing. The same is true when you need legal representation. For more than 15 years, the law offices of Michael E. Finnerty have successfully provided the winning strategy with excellence and integrity for the people of the Muskogee area in matters of personal injury, social security disability, and workers' compensation issues. The law office, Muskogee trusts Michael A. Finnerty, ready to develop a winning strategy. Michael A. Finnerty, 436 Court Street in Muskogee. Call 687-1155. Online at finnertylaw.com.
Welcome back to Ruffer Village at halftime tonight on Ruffer TV. Muskogee leading Bartlesville 31-28. Amidst the Muskogee public school system, there's always something exciting going on. I know myself last night I spent about 3 hours at Creek Elementary celebrating in their annual chili supper, and it was a good time had by all and some good financial rewards for the teachers in the school there. But there's also more news about Muskogee Public Schools, and the guy who's in the know each and every day because he is the #1 Ruffer, Dr. Jared Mendenhall, is our special guest here at the half.
Hello and welcome to another Superintendent Spotlight. Today we celebrate October as National Manufacturing Month. Students across the district have experienced STEM education. Creek Elementary hosted their annual Transportation Day, introducing students to the important role that transportation plays in all of our lives. The event included more than 20 vehicles and a helicopter landing at their school. Also, the Port of Muskogee partnered with more than 400 ninth grade students for Manufacturing Day, showcasing career pathways that are available right here in Muskogee.
Today this is Manufacturing Day, so more than 50 volunteers from higher ed manufacturing institutions have come out to do a classroom activity to kind of plant those seeds with students on the importance of manufacturing. What is the industry and the opportunities that exist?
Manufacturing Day is to be able to present manufacturing to seniors, ninth graders, freshmen, and to introduce a way that manufacturing can be produced is by introducing what manufacturing is, and that's simply taking a raw product and making it into a finished product.
As you can see, it has been an exciting month for our students. Together, we are equipping the next generation with the skills they need for success. As we conclude this episode, let me remind you, it's always a great day to be a Rougher.
Dr. Mendenhall, indeed, is a great day to be a Rougher. Halftime score, Muskogee leading Bartlesville 31-28 in what has been more of a trick-or-treat Halloween night get-together here at Rougher Village. Back with more Rougher Football 2022 after this 3-minute timeout on Rougher TV.
In times of need, it's comforting to see faces of people you know and trust. Cornerstone Funeral Home in Muskogee cherishes the opportunity to be there for you and your family in life's most challenging times when friends are most important. Cornerstone Funeral Home and Crematory welcomes the opportunity to answer any questions regarding planning and pre-arrangements for you and your loved ones. Experience the difference. Cornerstone Funeral Home, 1830 North York in Muskogee, where you'll find faces you know and reputations you trust.
Whether you're shopping for a new Chevrolet or want to trade and get paid, power up! It's the Supercharged Sales Event at J. Hodge Chevrolet in Muskogee. You know what up to $1,500 more for your trade means? Supercharged savings. Shop more new Chevy. Inventory arriving daily. Don't overpay. Come see Jay. Get a trade-in bonus up to $1,500 when you buy now. Supercharged savings powered by J. Hodge Chevrolet in Muskogee. 144 West Shawnee.
Stop by your local Bravado Wireless store to discover our current plans and promotions.
Well, dude, I didn't see anything.
We're Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
Pioneer Abstract, proudly serving residential and commercial customers throughout Muskogee County since 1905. Serving banks, mortgage companies, and mortgage brokers with refinancing, purchase, 1031 tax-deferred exchanges, along with full escrow services and more. Pioneer Abstract offers the convenience of centralized services for escrow accounts, title insurance, and title searches. Pioneer Abstract, here yesterday, here today, and here tomorrow at 412 West Broadway in downtown Muskogee, or call Pioneer Abstract at 683-2904.
Grunt's Barbecue serves up hand-rubbed, slow-cooked goodness. Anytime you're feeding a few hundred, hey, we're just tailgating with friends. Call the experts. Grunt's Barbecue. Ribs, brisket, burnt ends, mouth-watering hot link, and smoked chicken, where everything is made from scratch, from the barbecue sauce to the banana pudding. Give us a try, and you won't be disappointed. Grunt's Barbecue, 918-681-3900. Grunt's Barbecue, slow-cooked goodness in Muskogee.
I'm Kyle Edwards for Kyle Edwards Buick GMC in Muskogee and the all-new Kyle Edwards Auto Group in Shakota. With the addition of Chevrolet, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Shakota and Buick GMC in Muskogee, it now gives our customers a great lineup of new makes and models to choose from. We are very proud to bring you a buying experience you won't find anywhere else. If you haven't visited us yet, come give us a chance. You'll like what you see. Family-owned, customer-friendly, Kyle Edwards Buick GMC in Muskogee and Kyle Edwards Auto Group in Shakota.
Back at Rougher Village here at halftime, Bruins won the coin toss and deferred the choice to the second half, so they'll have the football. This game has had the unexpected, to say the least. Muskogee took the initial series from their 33, drove all the way inside the 10, only to turn it over on downs. Bartlesville took the succeeding possession from their 14 and put together a nice drive and score on the touchdown pass from Neal to Damian Nico. That made it 7-0 Bartlesville with 6:24 to go in the first quarter. Rougher start from the 44, drive inside the 7, and a deflected pass, Nick, that looked like a touchdown. Brandon Tolbert was ruled down at the 1, so the ball went over on downs. After the punt attempt on a high snap, the ball out of the end zone, that results in a 2-point safety. And then on the ensuing kick, the Ruffers start from their own 45, and it's one play, Andre Beasley. He scampered 55 yards to make it 9-7, but then 3 plays later, Bartlesville would answer on an 86-yard bubble screen. Neal to Wallace scoring the distance, 14-9, visiting Bruins on top with 1:06 to go. But not so fast, my friend. Before the first quarter was over, Muskogee would come right back on a one-play, big play opportunity of its own. On the third play of the series, the Ruffers finished the 3-play 80-yard drive on a 66-yard run by Brandon Tolbert to make it 16-14. Ruffers would then, later in the second quarter, get the ball to the 6-yard line after starting from their 20 and go in on a touchdown pass from Jamarian Ficklin to Caden McGee. Because of a personal foul, do the onside kick, and Israel Martin recovers at the 25, and it's one and done for the Ruffers. Ficklin to Watson, the 2-point conversion failed, making it 28-14. Bartlesville would respond with a 77-yard drive, finishing on a 9-yard touchdown pass, Neal to Darnell. That came with 4:28 to go in the first half. Ruffers then would start from their 34. They would move it to the 11, only to see the drive stall, and a 26-yard field goal by Darian Armstrong gives us a 31-21 advantage. Ruffers forced the Bruins into a punting situation, and then the strangest of all things, I don't know if it was slipped out of the hands, Nick, or if it was just a bad toss or a bad route or a combination of two, but the pass ends up in the interceptor's hands, and the Bruin defender takes it all the way to the end zone, and that gives us our halftime score, 31-28. I kind of feel like I'm watching Friday the 13th here on Friday the 28th.
Well, think how Travis Hill feels about this tonight. It's just been, I don't want to say disaster, but certainly not what they expected. I think the tone for this game was set early on when the Ruffers got down twice deep into the red zone and came up empty as far as points were concerned. And so that kind of gave Bartlesville a little spirit, a little lift. They came back and scored and got on top early. And then from there, it's been one big play after the other for the most part.
Bruins, as we said, won the toss. They'll receive to begin the third quarter. Ruffers will be kicking off tonight here against Bartlesville in a game that's really more a protecting of your undefeated season. Next Friday night, regardless of the final score here tonight, Nick, will be for all the marbles in the district, as it appears Stillwater will come in with a 9-0 mark. And those two teams will battle right back here next Friday night, Pioneers and Muskogee, for the district championship and the top seed in the 6A playoffs. That'll begin for both those two teams 2 weeks from next Friday.
Well, this will be an interesting half to watch the Ruffers. This is a kind of situation where a team shows what kind of character they have after a kind of a rocky first half. Let's see if they can live up to this 8-0 mark, and the team that we've seen all season long, and really kind of put the clamps on here in the second half.
So the Ruffers will kick off. Armstrong will approach. Pooches it up high into the sky. Bruins will come up, field it at the 23, shake and bake on the sideline, and then stumble forward after the initial contact out across the 30 to the, what will be the 34-yard line.
4-yard line.
So the Bruins going to get decent field position here, Nick, to start this first series of quarter number 3.
Interesting to watch the Ruffers secondary now. They were kind of victimized in that first half by Neal for nearly 200 yards in passing, some big plays. So let's see if they can put the clamps down, because the Ruffers did a pretty good job of keeping the running game in check with Wallace, their running back, getting only 50-something yards in that first half.
Deion Bowler and Jaden Bell will play in the secondary. Out of the pistol formation. Neal takes it. Calls his own number, comes near side, trying to get to the corner, turns it, got shoved out of bounds right about the 42-yard line, where they'll say he stepped on the sideline.
Martell Bolden forces him out over there.
8-yard pickup on the first down keeper by the sophomore quarterback, who shows to be calm, cool, and collected here on this Friday night, week number 9.
He has got just 3 carries tonight, but that was a good timing, because had he given it off, Wallace was wrapped up.
Counter play, this time giving off to Wallace, being chased and dragged down from behind. Anthony Watson giving chase. He'll wrap his arms around the waist and drop him back upfield at the 41, so that'll be a loss of a yard. And the Bruins will face a 3rd and 3. Bartlesville and Muskogee tonight in week number 9, 31-28 Ruffers. Clock running with 11:27 here in the 3rd quarter left to play. Nate Neal, the sophomore quarterback who came in with 1,133 yards passing, and his running back partner, P.J. Wallace, who had 1,042, facing a 3rd and 3. Neal back in the pocket. They show the bubble screen. Ball slips out of the hands of the quarterback, and Ruffers are going to fall on it back at the 21-yard line.
Brandon Tolbert comes up with it. He was the man putting the pressure on. He knocked the ball loose and then got back on top of it.
I don't know if he knocked it loose, Nick, but he was able to fall on top of it as Neal went back to pass. I think they were going to the little bubble screen again. The ball, as he cocked his arm, slips out of his hands. And the Ruffers will recover and have the football at the 22-yard line. And that's how it was ruled. Now the head coach of the Bruins across the way, Harry Wright, is trying to infer that his quarterback was coming forward with the arm when the ball slipped out.
I don't think so.
But I think now he's at least got the official to think about it and go in and talk with the other officials on the field.
And we're going to get everybody all together again here.
So we're going to go to the ballot box, Nick, and see if this is a unanimous decision or if it will be one of those the play stands situation. Neal went back, and I think the officials all agreed that the ball just slipped out of the quarterback's hands. And I know I could be considered partial in my beliefs, but I do think that was the ball because he cocked his arm, the ball fell out of his hands. So Muskogee gets the big break at the 22-yard line. They'll hand it off to Latavian Johnson running straight ahead. He'll get downfield from the 22 to the 21. You got to start thinking about players with possibilities of being selected as our Buffalo Wild Wings player of the game. Brandon Tolbert certainly making his presence known tonight. He had a big scamper in the first half for a touchdown, and then that big defensive play there, Nick.
Well, the Ruffers need to knock this one in and get that lead built back up now.
McGee and Watson will be the two receivers to the right. Johnson, the single setback, now motion. The counter, pitch it back across the middle. Wide open is Watson at the 5. He won't miss this one, and he'll scamper into the end zone on the touchdown. Nice play action by Jamarian Ficklin, and Watson just finds his crease and makes the grab for the 21-yard touchdown toss bird to the Ant-Man, and the Ruffers add 6 more.
Much like the play that Watson scored on in the first quarter, or first half, same pattern, just right down the middle.
Now Dylan Wood to hold on the snap. Good snap this time. Kicks away by Armstrong. Splits the uprights good. 10:33 left. Quarter number 3. Muskogee quickly adding to its advantage, leading 37-28. We're back in 30 seconds on Rougher Football 2022.
Your injury recovery goals, plus Excel Therapy's expertise, are your winning game plan. At Excel, our #1 goal is to get you back to peak performance as quickly as possible. Our physical therapy and sports medicine professionals will take you from setback to comeback.
Excel Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. With 16 locations and no physician referral required, you can begin healing today. Excel Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. Look for us online at exceltherapyok.com.
Well, the Muskogee Ruffers, beneficiaries of a mishandled passing attempt by Nate Neal, whose drawback of the arm resulted in the ball squirting free, and Brandon Tolbert falls on it. 2 plays later, 21-yard touchdown pass, Ficklin to Watson to make it 37-28. As we get back to action on the ensuing kickoff, Bruins will field it at the 20 and in some trouble and wrapped up and dropped at that spot.
10 more down quickly.
As on the return for the Bruins that time was Noah Darnell. And Bartlesville will start from its own 20. The scoreboard, Nick, still says 37-28. I think it should be 38-28. But I don't know. Did they not call the kick good?
I thought it was good.
10:29 to go here in quarter number 3. We'll just call it 37-21. Either way, or 37-28, excuse me. It's a 9-point lead for the Ruffers. Neal with the running back Wallace to his left. Shift a receiver over to the short side. They'll run the stretch, give it to Wallace. Got free of one tackler, still on his feet, and he'll be chased down from behind, but not before his forward progress gets him upfield to the 24 for a 4-yard pickup on first down.
Well, as long as the Roughers can keep Wallace pretty well contained like that, they'll be in good shape. Wallace, I think, is slow to get up.
Kick was no good, Nick, so it is 37-28.
One of the Bruins a little slow coming off the field. One of the offensive linemen, it looks like. Now he's back up, going.
P.J. Wallace will be the running back off the right shoulder of Nate Neal. Thank you, Justin, for that update on the PAT. 2nd and 7. Back in the pocket is Neal. He's under some pressure. He's able to scamper to his left and throw upfield looking for a receiver on the boundary. As that time Muskogee came with a whole lot of heat. A lot of Roughers in the area, including Jeremy Collins, who was giving chase. Forcing Neal out of the pocket. He had to throw it to get rid of it. And it'll be a 3rd and 7 for the Bruins. High school football week number 9. Wind out of the north just slightly. And rain continuing to fall. Neal going to roll to his right. Looking to throw short flat up the field. Ball poked away from behind. Reaching in. He's got the bad hand, but he knows how to be in the right place at the right time. Jaden Bell knocking the ball out of the hands of the would-be targeted Bruin receiver. Incomplete pass brings up a 4th down and 7.
Neal's missed on his last 4 attempts, bridging over to the last part of the first half.
Jaden Bell now will be back in punt return formation. He'll stand in and around his 45-yard line. Caden Brown will be on to do the kicking. A good snap this time. And kind of a little short pooch kick that hits at the 45 and rolls around. It'll be touched at the Bruin 46-yard line.
22-yard punt.
One of the Bruins coming up the field, Nick, took a targeted shot at one of the Rougher upbacks and just narrowly missed, but I think he got a little bit of a look of don't do that again from the official on the far side because he followed the player to the boundary. But Muskogee will start in plus field position for the second time here in the third quarter. They'll start from the 46-yard line. 9:52 to go here in quarter number 3. Bill Huddleston, Nick Hampton with you on week number 9 at Rougher Football, trying to go 9-0 for the first time since 1980. Johnson will be to the left shoulder of Jamarian Ficklin. Motion across the formation. Counter play. Ficklin's back again. He's going to go for the home run ball. McGee is out there. If it's long enough, it's deflected up and around, and McGee can't come up with it. Just enough of distraction by the defensive back, Damian Nico, as that ball kind of hung up in the air. A little bit underthrown.
A little too much air under that one by Bird.
So the incomplete pass brings back a 2nd and 10 from the 46-yard line. Rougher Football this season brought to you in part by David Cobb State Farm Insurance. When you need insurance, whether it's for your home, your health, your life, count on your fast, fair, and friendly State Farm Insurance agent, David Cobb. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. He's a phone call away at 918-682-2511. 2nd and 10 from the 46. Ficklin with Watson in motion, trying to turn upfield, and there was a host of white-clad jerseys waiting with open arms to take down Watson after a 1-yard pickup. That'll make it 3rd down and 9. Nick, another one of our sponsoring partners is Zapata Lawn and Tree Service, and I can tell you from firsthand experience working with Antonio and his crew, they do a masterful job. And if you're thinking about decorating the home with Christmas lights, and you're like me, you don't want to climb the ladder, the guy to call is Antonio Zapata. Give him a call at 918-990-0946. Zapata Lawn and Tree. 3rd and 9 from the 45-yard line. Ficklin takes the snap, good protection, waits, throws upfield, caught and dropped by McGee. I don't know if the wet conditions here tonight are resulting in these drop passes, or
that was just right into the chest, and I think McGee just looked up too quickly on that one.
So now the Roughers leading by 37-28, facing a 3rd and 9 from the 46 in Bruin territory, will punt the football. And back deep will be the speedy Noah Darnell, who last week had a kickoff return for a touchdown, so he's got the juice to take it to the house. Ficklin will stand back across the 50 and around the 42. High snap, but Bird's able to use his athleticism to get up. He'll just hold it, and at the last minute, he'll drive a kick upfield. It'll take a Muskogee bounce, roll inside the 10, and then curl, and the Roughers will kill it at the 2-yard line. Bartlesville opted to let the ball bound free, Nick, and it looked like he was going for the end zone, only at the last minute to take a 90-degree turn, and Muskogee will touch the ball dead at the 2-yard line.
Well, that's a big break. Last time Bartlesville was in this position, remember, in the first half, they ran 3 plays and ended up having to punt and had a bad snap that ended up with a Ruffers safety. So Ruffers in good position here. Now they just don't want to let a big play get them out of the shadow of the end zone.
34-21, and now the 3rd offensive possession of the opening 3+ minutes of action. Out of the end zone. Neal will take the snap. He'll hand it off quickly to Wallace, who tries to find a crease and found one, and using his own running ability, creeps his way from the 2 upfield to the 8. There is a flag down on the play.
Got almost up to about the 10, it looks like.
Ruffers must have been offside. That's the call. No, a face mask penalty going to be called. So that'll be added to the end of the run. So it'll be 8 plus the 5-yard penalty. And what is that? Penalty number 11?
11, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Move it out to the 15-yard line where the Bruins will have a first down at 10. Noah Darnell, the single receiver, to the boundary left. Trips go out wide to the right. Now bring Nico in motion to the left side. Neal's going to hand it off to Wallace, trying to bounce off a block, and with second effort, he falls forward upfield from the 15 to the 18. Anthony Watson and company, along with Travion Houston, making the stop. 3-yard pickup on first down to the 18-yard line. Quickly, no huddle offense. Neal on a high snap, giving it off to Wallace, trying to come to the corner. Ruffers seal that one quickly.
Travion Houston made a diving attempt there, just missed getting the tackle, but did force him back inside.
And that'll result in a 1-yard loss, so it'll be 3rd down and 8 for the Bruins. Nick, I don't think this is a ball club that will run the football successfully all night long against the Muskogee defense. They may prove me wrong.
Well, they've had a couple of big runs, but for the most part, no.
Trips go wide to the left. Neal back in the pocket. He's going to hammer it out deep. Has a receiver behind everybody. That's Bell trying to defend, and the ball is caught. Making the grab, Damian Nico with just a step on Jaden Bell. This time he couldn't poke the ball free. And the gang goes up to the 42-yard line, a 24-yard pass play. And the Bruins have new life at their own 42-yard line.
That's his first completion in a while. Puts him over 200 yards through the air tonight.
Twins
Neal.
out wide to the left. Quarterback Neal going to call his own number. He'll keep it, and then he just gets decleated by Brandon Tolbert right at the 45-yard line. Neal coming left, and he ran stone cold into Brandon Tolbert with an open field tackle after a 3-yard pickup, stopping him in his tracks.
That's what the Ruffers like. Don't give them too much on first down. Force them to get behind the chains a little bit.
So now Neal on a 2nd and 7. Hands it off to Wallace, following blockers, but he's being chased from behind and will be dragged down upfield at the 48-yard line. Another 3-yard pickup for the talented sophomore running back. Sophomore quarterback, sophomore running back, sophomore wide receivers in 2 of the 3 key positions, Nick. A lot of promise for this Bruin program.
Wallace, 22 runs tonight, 22 rushes for 69 yards.
3rd down and 4, 6:33 in the clock running in quarter number 3. Ruffers holding 37-28 lead. Neal going to play action, drag across the middle, ball knocked down. Not exactly sure who got the big mitts on it.
Not sure if it was Bull or...
I think it might have been Arion Parrish that got his hand up high. But the pass falls to the turf, incomplete. Sure would be nice to have the advantage of the video replay to be able to find out who deflected that pass. So now on 4th and 4, Bruins going to go for it. Neal back in the pocket, slant route across the middle, pass too high and incomplete. And Muskogee will take over on downs. And Nick, that is a roll of the dice that you're trying to say, we're coming to your house and taking you to the end of from the undefeated. But the Muskogee defense gets the ball back, and Muskogee will have it with 6:22 to go here in the third. This would be the time to strike quickly here against the Bruins.
That's it. Ruffers have had good success throwing the deep ball tonight, either making the completions or getting the pass interference calls against the Bruins. So I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Chris Reisenhuber dial it up for a long pass here.
This is a one-play touchdown toss, Nick. The barbecue plate at my place, Barbecue West, is on me tomorrow night for your dinner. 1st and 10 for the Ruffers from the 48-yard line. Trips are to the wide side right. Ficklin with a single receiver. Out to the left, they'll run the counter pitch sweep coming near side. Ruffers trying to block, patiently waiting between the crease. That's Andre Beasley.
No, it's
not. It's Swanson. Swanson will get upfield from the 48 to the 42. And if you're looking for a good place for food on Saturday night, the place to go is to let members of our Ruffer TV crew serve you when you go to My Place Barbecue West. Whether it's all-you-can-eat ribs, the sliced barbecue plate, sandwich and fries, anytime's the right time to make your place My Place Barbecue West. 2nd and 4 for the Ruffers. From the 42. Ficklin in the pocket, little quarterback keeper. Tries to come off the block on the edge, and he gets the first down yardage, getting to the 36-yard line.
O'Shea Stevenson making a good block out there to help Ficklin get a couple
Travis
of
Hill was a little incensed, and then there came a penalty flag thrown because the quarterback of the Ruffers, as he went to the ground, got a pretty good late hit. Personal foul called against Bartlesville as the gain by Ficklin went to the 36. So from the 42 to the 36, it's a 6-yard pickup. And then they'll add on 15 to that, which should take it down to the 21-yard line. The Kyle Edwards Buick GMC Ruffer first down and 10.
5th penalty against the Bruins for 72 yards tonight.
Bruins playing with a little bit of heat in their tank. Not certain as to who the guilty party was for the powder blue and white Bruins, but the 15-yard walk-off will place the football at the 21-yard line.
Once again, I say throw it deep.
Okay, it's on me again right here.
Let's do it.
One play for the barbecue plate for Nick.
This would be
and I don't know which one of our two working staff crew members, whether that'll be Bree or whether that'll be Maddie. I mean, whoever will wait on you tomorrow night, Nick, the ticket's on me if they can strike right here.
Throw it deep.
First and 10 from the 21-yard line. McGee in motion. They hand the ball off on the counter, coming back to Johnson, trying to wait on a blocker, and he'll go inside the 20 down to the 18. Pick up a 3 yards on first down. My Place Barbecue West, a friend of the Muskogee Ruffers. For about the last 20 years of our high school broadcast, whether it's been on radio or as well as on live stream. Officials having to keep a little towel out there, Nick, to try to keep the football dry.
Well, the rain that we thought was going to be kind of sporadic has been steady tonight, either light drizzle or maybe a little heavier off and on, but pretty steady.
Swanson and Rayshawn Ellis will go wide to the left. McGee and Watson to the right. Ficklin's back in the pocket. Blitz off the edge. Bird tries to twisting free, using his athleticism at the last time. Throws to the boundary. This one's incomplete. Almost picked off as Ficklin tried to thread it into the hands of Watson. And the defender there for Bartlesville making the heads-up play was Brett Eves.
You know, you talk about the youth of this Bartlesville team. They're extremely young all the way around, but they play very disciplined ball, and maybe even more so than the Ruffers have seen since fairly early in the season, I think. An eligible receiver to call against the Ruffers, though.
So that'll back it up 5 yards and replay the down. Well, when your quarterback scampers around, Nick, for that long, it's not too much unexpected that your lineman would release downfield blocking. But Bird at the last minute trying to rifle a pass to Watson that was incomplete, but the flag backs it up to the 23. Needing to reach the 11 for the first down, so it's 2nd and 12. Ficklin taking the waist-high step. This time good protection. Throws the underneath route. Caught. Penalty flag on the play.
Let's see what this is going to be. Flag went down from the far side.
Yep.
As the ball was in the air. So we'll see.
Catch was made at the 22-yard line.
Wasn't anybody around the receiver. So not an interference or holding penalty of any
Daniel
kind.
Leader, our referee tonight, conferring with his official on the far side. He'll touch the wireless microphone, see if we can communicate.
Another goodness. So the ineligible receiver penalty declined this time by Bartlesville, and the Roughers look at 3rd and 9 from the 20.
The play counts, a 3-yard pass play. So needing to reach the 11, ball just upfield from the 20-yard line. Clock stopped on the play, 4:26 to go here in the third. 37-28 Muskogee. Now an empty backfield for Ficklin, looking to the sideline. Roughers don't have the play call here. And the communication and the consistency of flow tonight has been rocky at best, Nick, on several occasions. And head coach Travis Hill and Chris Reisenhuber calling a timeout. We'll do the same. 4:26 to go in the third. 37-28 Muskogee on top. We're back in 30 seconds on Rougher Football 2022.
In sports, having the right winning strategy is often the difference between winning and losing. The same is true when you need legal representation. For more than 15 years, the law offices of Michael E. Finnerty have successfully provided the winning strategy with excellence and integrity for the people of the Muskogee area in matters of personal injury, Social Security disability, and workers' compensation issues. The law office, Muskogee Trusts, Michael A. Finnerty, ready to develop a winning strategy. Michael A. Finnerty, 436 Court Street in Muskogee. Call 687-1155. Online at finnertylaw.com.
Sights and sounds of Rougher Football here. This 2022 campaign brought to you by the student-operated, technology-driven team of Rougher TV. Bill Huddleston, Nick Hampton here with you on the call of the action. 3rd down and 9 from Muskogee. From the 20, needed to reach the 11-yard line. Twins are to the right. Ficklin in the pocket. Good protection across the middle, looking for Watson, and he got tripped. And there comes the flag. Yeah, that's pass interference. Linebacker that was in coverage thought it was an inadvertent
tangling of feet.
You're right.
The official says nope.
The flag came out of the back judge's pocket, so that's going to be pass interference without too much discretion.
So that'll move the ball down to the 10-yard line, and then first down for the Roughers.
So it'll be 1st and 10, or 1st and goal to go. Kyle Edwards Buick GMC, Rougher 1st and 10.
6th flag against the Bruins tonight for 82 yards.
Now, Nick, the ball was just upfield from the 21 a moment ago. But they're going to place it right after the 10, so it'll be 1st and goal. If they go back and look at the video, I think, would you agree? Wasn't the ball upfield from the 20?
Just maybe barely. I agree with that walk-off. That's about right.
So now it'll be Roughers with Ellis and Swanson to the far left, McGee by himself to the right, and Watson underneath. They'll hand it off inside the big hole. Latavian Johnson just powering straight ahead, drove himself right into the chest of one of the Bruin defenders trying to make the stop. The first down carry goes from the 10 to the 3, a 7-yard pickup. Looking for insurance points, and when you need insurance, the man to call, David Cobb, 918-682-2511. Whether it's for your home, your health, your life, or you just want an insurance review, call your fast, fair, and friendly State Farm insurance agent. Let them have you prepared for each and every day. Call David Cobb, State Farm insurance agent, 918-682-2511. 2nd and goal from the 3. Johnson, the running back. Handoff goes to LJ. He's hit behind the line of scrimmage, and he'll fall forward downfield back to the line of scrimmage. Good play that time by Cooper Wood, the junior defensive end, 6'3", 195-pounder. Might have actually lost about a half yard, but now the official will turn and lay it right after 3, so no gain, we'll call it. And it'll be third down. Ruffers have been here, twice already, Nick, tonight?
At least,
have failed to score.
This would be a play I think we might see. I'd like to see Ficklin keep here, fake the handoff to Johnson, keep it himself for 3.
Now
score.
3 will go to the left side. McGee by himself to the right on man-man coverage. Motion in the formation. The Ruffers will call a timeout to avoid a play clock infraction. We'll spend the second of their 3 allotted timeouts here in the half, trying to add to a 37-28 lead. We're back in 30 seconds. This is Muskogee Football 2022.
There's never been a better time to find a great deal on a sedan, truck, or crossover at Nissan of Muskogee. Call 918-683-6605 or go to nissanofmuskogee.com. There's never been a better time to find a great deal on a sedan, truck, or crossover at Nissan of Muskogee. Call 918-683-6605 or go to nissanofmuskogee.com.
Bill Littleson, Nick Hampton back with you at Ruffer Village. 2:54 to go here in the third. Muskogee trying to score an insurance touchdown. This play resumes. Quickly, some scores from around the district. Tulsa, Washington hammering Sand Springs down the fourth, 41-14. Stillwater shut out Tahlequah. Final score there, 55-0. Pioneers will be here 1 week from tonight against the Muskogee Ruffers. McGee will be the single receiver to the right side of the field. Watson lined up inside tight at tight end. Now they'll bring McGee in motion. He'll turn, go back to the outside, trying to look for the little slip screen. Nobody will open, and Ficklin trying to keep it himself, and he'll run out of bounds back at the 12, and then he got tossed to the turf by the aggressive-minded defender.
And the flag comes down for the late hit.
Yep. Making the tackle that time out of bounds for Bartlesville was Brody Schumann. The Ficklin was tackled at the 11. Personal foul against the Bruins. It'll be fourth down.
Let's see. Will that bring an automatic first down, though?
Well, wait a minute. Travis is going to. I would have thought so. Referee going over, talking with Coach Hill on his sideline.
Spot it right inside the 5.
But it does not bring the automatic first down, Nick. On the half the distance to the penalty. Half the distance to the goal line penalty.
So Ficklin ended up losing 8 yards on that run.
And the Ruffers, will they bring on the field goal unit? And now Muskogee is still trying to get a indication. Is it first down or is it? Well, you should get shouldn't you get a replay of the down? Or I guess no, it's
pass.
It was a end of play personal. Dead ball foul.
Mm-hmm.
So that means Darian Armstrong will try to come in for the chip shot off the right hash mark. This time it would be a 21-yard field goal. He's already scored once from 26 on the three-point kick. Dylan Wood to hold. Good snap. Ball down. Kicks up. It looks good. It is good. 21-yard field goal, and then a penalty after the play as flags come in. 2:44 to go. The 21-yard field goal makes it 40-28. We'll come back to Ruffer Village after this 60-second timeout on Ruffer TV. Tradition. It's a word that means a lot. Just as the tradition of the Muskogee Ruffers requires commitment of great players and coaches, Lesher Millsap Funeral Home takes pride in providing great value and commitment every day with a tradition of service to the families of the Muskogee area. Just like in football, tradition must be earned on every play, every day, not just in the final score. And that's why you can trust Lesher Millsap Funeral Home to be there for you when it counts the most. Lesher Millsap Funeral Home, proud to be part of the Muskogee tradition of excellence.
It's a time when uncertainty spreads faster than understanding. It's also a time when taking steps to prepare can help us all find a sense of security. At ServPro, helping our nation's homes, businesses, and shared spaces be more clean, be more safe, is why we're here. Here in your community, here to help.
Sportsmanlike conduct against the defense. That player is ejected.
Okay, so you heard the official give us the definition of the two flags. He threw his yellow flag, Nick, and he threw his hat. There was a roughing of the holder. Dylan Wood just got destroyed. And then there was something else that went with that drew the ire of the official, and the Bruin player has been ejected on the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty.
So there'll be 30 yards and penalties walked off here, which would have the roughers kicking off from the Bruin, 35-yard line?
Well, you normally kick from your own 40.
30
so it'd be from the 30-yard line. But 15-yard penalties, 2 against the Bruins on that field goal try of 21 yards, pushing the score to 40-28. To say this one's got a little bit of chippiness to it, Nick, might be an understatement.
Well, you kind of alluded to it earlier when one of the Bruin players mouthed off a little bit and the officials got on him, and now it's just kind of escalated.
Darian Armstrong's second field goal of the night pushes the margin to 12.
It's now the 8th penalty against Tahlequah tonight for 112 yards.
40-28. What has been a strange set of circumstances. We've still got 14 plus minutes of action here tonight, Nick.
This is not the kind of game that Travis Hill would like to see in preparation for next week's encounter with Stillwater.
Do get an update from the sideline, Nick. A sprained ankle for Andre Beasley, so he will not return to play tonight. And you only keep your fingers crossed that he can recover before next Friday night's district showdown against the Stillwater Pioneers.
Because they will need him, and
everybody
hopefully Bell will be back playing both sides next week. Vernon Pepiakato will be back again next week.
Yeah, that's 2 key cogs in the rougher offensive and defensive machines, two-way starters that have been out of action.
Let's see if the Roughers will elect to onside here. Got nothing to lose.
Armstrong puts it on the tee, surveying the alignment of the Bruins.
Another flag by the official in the end zone. Legal substitution against Bartlesville.
I'll count out there. There's 6, 11. There's 12 players out there. That's why.
So that'll
3, 6, 8, 11, and there's 1 at the goal line. That's 12.
So now it's down to the 25-yard line. I don't think I've ever seen this before.
It's been a while. I've been doing this for 50 years, Nick.
I can't remember seeing anyone kick off from the opponent's 25-yard line.
So Darian Armstrong will tee it up. His one pooch kick that'll bound straight up in the air. It's loose. Ball batted around, but into the hands of a Bruin, and a late flag comes out. I don't really know what the cause of the flag was there unless you're hitting the intended receiver.
Well, there was certainly no fair catch or anything called.
The rougher coaches are asking us, that's a live ball, Nick. And it had already hit the turf. Let's let our referee tell us.
On the kicking team.
What? He didn't call for a fair catch. How can that be kicking interference? You got to be kidding me. Really?
Well, as perplexed as Harry Wright has been, I'm sure Travis Hill is equally as questionable about the foul. But the Roughers will defend as the Bruins will start 1st and 10 from their own 28-yard line. Nate Neal at quarterback. Shoes taped in pink. Steps up in the pocket and introduce yourself
to Anthony Watson.
The defensive bull of the child, Tion Brewer.
Yeah.
That's just a young man that's got all kinds of potential, Nick. He's a 6'3", 230-pound, growing young man. Sacked back to the 23-yard line. That's a loss of 5. 2nd and 15 for the Bruins. Neal will give it off this time to Wallace, going to his right, trying to use that counter option.
Gets back most of what they lost.
Getting back to the 27, a pickup of 4. So it'll be 3rd and 11 for the Bruins. Ruffers making personnel changes in a hurry. Watson comes out, as does Tim Moore. Extra defensive back in this time on a 3rd and 11. Neal rolling to his right. Throws upfield. Intercepted! Ruffer defender got in the way, and guess who it is? The guy that's had to watch from the sideline, Jaden Bell, with his 6th pass interception of the year. There's the senior leader for you, Nick, changing the flow of this game.
That's a big one there. That's a big interception there for the Ruffers.
Jaden Bell was like a caged cat last Friday night, having to watch from the sideline as the Ruffers got the win over Tulsa, Washington. But he was there to make the play this time on the INT, and the Ruffers will start 1st and 10 from the Bartlesville 34. Bring McGee in motion. Counter back inside. Johnson ducking his shoulders underneath the first wall of tacklers and downfield about the 29, and then
another flag.
Another yellow flag. Easy to find on the artificial surface here at Ruffer Village.
It may have been a hold.
Either a hold or a face mask. It's one of the two. The Bruins are retreating.
Yep.
Personal foul. Face mask on the defense.
15-yarder.
That's a 15-yarder. That takes it all the way to the 15-yard line. So it was a 4-yard pickup for Johnson, plus the 15. And a Kyle Edwards Buick GMC Ruffer, 1st down and 10. The clock showing 1:40 and counting. Here in quarter number 3. Muskogee leading it 40-28.
Just
Watson and McGee are the 2 wideouts to the right side. Ficklen's in the pocket. Blitz comes off the edge. Up, running to his left. Penalty flag down on a hold. That's going to be against the Ruffers. As Ficklin on the scramble, his pass was knocked down, incomplete, but I think we'll be replaying 1st down.
Yep. One of the linemen there trying to give extra protection.
10 yards from the flag, remains 1st down. 76.
Penalty flag thrown against the Ruffer offensive lineman O'Shea Stevenson.
14th penalty against Muskogee tonight for 110 yards.
All I can say is, Nick, get them all out of your system tonight.
And it's a big one because it actually was behind the line of scrimmage, so the walk-off moves it back to the 32.
So all in all, it's a change of 17 yards in field position. Ruffers have to go all the way to the 5. Ficklin with an empty backfield. Takes the snap. Waits, throws upfield to the end zone for McGee. Circles under it. This time, Caden says, I got it with both hands. Touchdown, Ruffers. 32-yard touchdown toss. Bird to McGee. Touchdown, Muskogee. So you should have said one play for the score.
I should have. McGee just kind of circled under that. Around, he got behind the defender who really never looked around for the ball, and McGee just kind of outflanked him and found the open spot and hauled it in.
That makes it 46-28. Wood to hold for Darian Armstrong. The extra point is up, and this one is good with no penalties. 1:16 left in the 3rd. Muskogee has upped its advantage to 47-28 over the visiting Bruins of Bartlesville. Back in 30 seconds on Ruffer TV.
In times of need, it's comforting to see faces of people you know and trust. Cornerstone Funeral Home in Muskogee cherishes the opportunity to be there for you and your family in life's most challenging times when friends are most important. Cornerstone Funeral Home and Crematory welcomes the opportunity to answer any questions regarding planning and pre-arrangements for you and your loved ones. Experience the difference. Cornerstone Funeral Home, 1830 North York in Muskogee, where you'll find faces you know and reputations you trust.
Bill Huddleston, Nick Hampton back with you. 1:16 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Muskogee now leading 47-28. It was 31-28 at halftime. Bruins have had one possession that resulted in a fumble on the 3rd play that Brendan Talbert recovered, and Muskogee scored 2 plays later. a 3-and-out. Ruffers a 3-and-out. The Bruins picked up a couple of first downs, but then turned it over on downs. Ruffers come right back at a 21-yard field goal from Armstrong, and then after the interception by Jaden Bell, a 32-yard touchdown pass, Ficklin to McGee. Bruins on the kick return, and more flags coming. On the kick return, pretty much at the end of the play, officials tossing the yellow flag to the turf.
Flag was upfield a little bit from where the action was.
Yeah, it was a blocker and a defender.
After the play, dead ball, personal foul, unnecessary roughness on Muskogee. 15-yard penalty, first down.
So the Bruins will have much better field position this time, Nick, as they will start from the plus side of the 50 at the Muskogee 49-yard line. 1:08 left to play here, still in the third quarter of play. Neal with Wallace to his right, brings motion into the formation, the little counter move. Neal's going to roll to the edge, look to throw downfield, has a receiver behind everybody. It's picked off. Ruffers through the blanket coverage, and again, who is it? Deion Bowler with the INT on the return, brings it all the way back to the 37-yard line. Deion Bowler with his third interception of the last 2 weeks. He was our get-to-know-the-rougher in the pregame countdown to kickoff. And another pass interception by the Ruffer secondary.
Badly underthrown ball that time by Neal, and Bowler right there to pick it off.
So the third quarter has been mired in errors on the part of the Bruins, along with some costly penalties. Now Muskogee will start 1st and 10 from the Bartlesville 37-yard line. Ficklin handing it off to Brandon Tolbert. They grab him by the leg. BT just says nope. Ball came free, but the officials say Tolbert was on the turf.
Right at the line of scrimmage, so there'll be no gain on the play.
And Tolbert's knee had gone to the turf. He tried to reach the ball forward. When he did, Nick, he lost possession of it. Call it no gain. 2nd down and 10. We're inside the final 38 seconds of the third quarter. It was 31-28 here at the half. But the Ruffers have added 16 third quarter points to the scoreboard total.
Johnson checks back in at the running back spot for the Ruffers.
Watson and McGee will be the pair to the far right. Ficklin out of the gun, runs to his left, looks to a little shuffle pass to Johnson, waits on a crease, squirts through it, downfield to the 30-yard line, but we've got another flag on the play. Holding going to be the call on the Ruffers.
Goodness.
Holding on the offense, 10 yards from the flag.
From the flag, which was thrown at the 38-yard line, that would back it up to the 48.
Ficklin, you can kind of see from his expressions, a little frustrated with that holding call, because that was almost a touchdown. Johnson almost broke that.
They'll back it up to the 48 and replay 2nd down. So it'll be 2nd and 21 as the play clock stops with 8 seconds left here in this unusual third 12-minute stanza. They'll wind the clock, and the Ruffers will just let the time expire. So after 3 quarters, Muskogee holding to a 47-28 19-point advantage with the fourth quarter still to come. We're back in 60 seconds on Ruffer Football 2022.
Whether you're shopping for a new Chevrolet or want to trade and get paid, power up! It's the Supercharged Sales Event at J. Hodge Chevrolet in Muskogee. You know what up to $1,500 more for your trade means? Supercharged savings. Shop more new Chevy. Inventory arriving daily. Don't overpay. Come see Jay. Get a trade-in bonus up to $1,500 when you buy now. Supercharged savings powered by J. Hodge Chevrolet in Muskogee. 144 West Shawnee.
Stop by your local Bravado Wireless store to discover our current plans and promotions.
Well, dude, I didn't see anything.
We're Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
Back at Rufford Village for the start of the fourth quarter. Muskogee leading 47-28. We'll go to our rules expert after this play on that earlier onside kick and kick-catch interference. Now Ficklin steps up in the pocket, bluffs, and slides to the turf. Seeing no room to run, Nick, and gets back to the line of scrimmage. It'll be third down. Okay, just like they do on the big show, we got a rules expert. His name is Steve Braun. Yeah. Here's the explanation. After the OSU fair catch on the onside, it was in the rules, at least for college, that a fair catch can still be called when the ball is kicked into the turf and has one big bounce.
But you don't have to put your hand up in the air and call it?
Apparently the officials must have thought he did.
Oh, man, okay.
So it'll be ruled a fair catch interference. That's why we had that penalty flag a moment ago. Thank you, Steve Braun. Third down and 21. Ficklin again in the pocket, going to throw, and really got hit. Wide open is Anthony Watson, and you could run this one into the house for 6 points.
We could have taken that one, Bill. Yeah, Watson, nobody within 10 yards of Watson.
Wide open, and that one goes for big yardage going from the 48-yard line. Another touchdown connection. Jamarian Ficklin to Anthony Watson for the third time tonight. So that makes it 53-28. And Armstrong will try to make it 54. Snap is down, kicks on the way. It is good. And there's timeout left with 11:06 to play. Start the light show. Ruffers adding to their scoreboard advantage. We're back in 30 seconds after this timeout on Ruffer TV.
Pioneer Abstract, proudly serving residential and commercial customers throughout Muskogee County since 1905. Serving banks, mortgage companies, and mortgage brokers with refinancing, purchase, 1031 tax-deferred exchanges, along with full escrow services and more. Pioneer Abstract offers the convenience of centralized services for escrow accounts, title insurance, and title searches. Pioneer Abstract, here yesterday, here today, and here tomorrow at 412 West Broadway in downtown Muskogee, or call Pioneer Abstract at 683-2904.
Welcome back on Ruffer Football 2022. Muskogee was leading 31-28 at the half, Nick, but got things under their control in the third quarter. And then on the 3rd and 21, Jamarian Ficklin hooking up with Anthony Watson on the 48-yard pass and run for another 6 points.
Watson's only got 3 catches tonight, but they're all for touchdowns, 94 yards.
Armstrong's kick high, fielded by the Bruins at the 20, up the middle, and a jarring tackle right about the 33-yard line.
Travion Houston there to put on the wood and knock him down.
So the Bruins now down by 26 on the scoreboard, Nick. Have got some catching up to do in a hurry, and you kind of get the idea it's going to have to be a passing game.
And that's probably been their strength tonight. They really haven't been able to run the ball all that great. So probably just as well for the Bruins, except the last couple have been intercepted.
So Neal, the sophomore quarterback, with Wallace directly behind him, will put 2 receivers wide either side. Straight drop back. Ruffers press off the edge. Throw the ball upfield. Bowler's back there. He's got another INT. He holds on to the football and is finally tackled. But Dion Bowler says, not once, but twice mine, little boat. And he comes up with the INT, the second of the night. What is that, number 3 on the evening for the Ruffers?
Yeah, 3 interceptions.
Dion Bowler was our defensive hero of the night last Friday night, and Nick, he's throwing his hat in the ring for a repeat performance.
Ruffers will have it at their own 30 to start this series, and now let's have a big dose of Mr. John Latavian Johnson.
10:52 to play here in the third. Muskogee, after the interception by Bowler, will start 1st and 10 from the 30. Ruffer Football this season brought to you by Michael A. Finnerty, attorney at law, by Nissan of Muskogee, by Pioneer Abstract and Title Company, and by Bravado Wireless and Cornerstone Funeral Home. Johnson takes the handoff from Ficklin, gets upfield from the 30 to the 34 before his forward progress can be stopped. That'll keep the clock running with 10:40 and counting here in quarter number 4 on this week number 9 of high school football.
That's a good first down play. Get 4 or 5 yards, run the clock, gives you lots of options for your next play.
Ficklin looking over the sideline, trying to make sure he's got the right interpretation of the signals from Chris Reisenhuber. Swanson, one of the 2 receivers to the left. They run the jet sweep. This is McGee coming to the left side, sees an angle and gets upfield to about the 38. To say he stepped on the chalk at the 37. It's only a 3-yard gain. It does stop the clock with 10:09 to go.
Bruins doing a good job to string that one out and not let McGee turn that corner, keeping the gain to 3.
Muskogee needed to reach the 40-yard line to stay in front of the chains here on this week number 9, trying to go to 9-0 for the first time since 1980. That's a long time. You know that, Nick?
Long time, yeah.
3rd and 4, handoff, quick opener up the middle. Tavian Johnson, 40-45. LJ across the midfield stripe, runs over 2-3 tacklers. We finally stood up at the 42-yard line in Bruin territory. But from the 37 on one end, 13 up, another 8 down. 21 yards for Johnson and a Kyle Edwards Buick GMC rougher. First down and 10.
Gives to Tavian Johnson an even 100 yards rushing tonight. So that's 2 100-yard rushers tonight with Tolbert and Johnson. For
Bruin's going to take a timeout defensively. We'll do the same with exactly 10 minutes remaining. Muskogee 54, Bartlesville 28. We're back in 30 seconds on Rougher Football 22.
Brunt's Barbecue serves up hand-rubbed, slow-cooked goodness. Anytime you're feeding a few hundred, hey, we're just tailgating with friends. Call the experts. Brunt's Barbecue. Ribs, brisket, burnt ends, mouth-watering hot link, and smoked chicken, where everything is made from scratch, from the barbecue sauce to the banana pudding. Give us a try, and you won't be disappointed. Brunt's Barbecue, 918-681-3900. Brunt's Barbecue, slow-cooked goodness in Muskogee.
Well, the musical serenade entertaining those down below us, Nick. As many of the fans seeing this game getting a little bit
somehow that
oversighted.
Music seems appropriate tonight. I don't know why.
Yeah, it does indeed. Not the customary.
It's been that kind
and then we come back with a little bit more traditional stuff. Good job down below with the music, man. 1st and 10 for the Roughers from the 42-yard line. Exactly 10 minutes remaining. Johnson this time off the left shoulder of Ficklin. Motion inside. Handed off on the jet sweep. Coming near side at the 40. Downfield 35, 30, and inside the 30 to about the 27-yard line. That's Rayshawn Ellis, the 5'9", 140-pound senior. Scampers from the 42 to the 27. 15 yards on the run. And a Kyle Edwards Buick GMC rougher, first down and 10.
Rougher ground game now, grinding it out. The yardage and the time.
They're going to mark it at the 28, so I guess officially, Nick, for the stats, that's 14 yards for Rayshawn Ellis. Beasley, of course, sidelined with an ankle injury early in the contest. Ficklin this time will bring motion inside on the counter, give it off to LJ through a crease downfield inside the 25, near the 20-yard line on the carry. Rougher offensive line just opening up huge holes.
You know what? I was thinking earlier today, thinking about players of the week, and we talked about that earlier in the week. We haven't given one to anyone on the line, and boy, I tell you what, the line has just done a phenomenal job this year.
Well, you think back last week, there was a crushing blow from Braden Henry on that touchdown pass to Caden McGee there in the late moments of the contest. You're right. We have not picked an offensive lineman tonight. It might be time to do just that. Ficklin on the counter, back to Johnson through a wide open crease. Easy run from the 20 all the way down to the 13. A 7-yard pickup. Another Kyle Edwards Buick GMC. First down and 10. 9 minutes and counting here in quarter number 4. This drive started back at the Muskogee 30-yard line. Now in 6 plays, has moved it into the red zone. Trying to add another 6 points here tonight.
Rougher offense just wearing Bartlesville down now at this point, I think.
Last year's Ruffers won the encounter 49-14. Counter handoff again. Johnson this time with a head of steam, but he runs into a waiting linebacker on part of the Bartlesville Bruins. That time, I think it's Cooper Wood that made the stop. Call it no gain. 2nd and 10. We'll be right back here next Friday night for the district championship against the Pioneers of Stillwater. And then looking ahead, Nick, 2 weeks later because of the bye in the opening round for finishing 1st or 2nd in your district, Ruffers will have the November 11th date off and then return to action the following weekend. Ficklin going to bring motion. Jet sweep to McGee. Going to the left side at the 10. Has blockers. Trying to stay in bounds. He'll step on the sideline, hitting the hash mark right at the 2-yard line. He gets 11 yards on the run. It's 1st and goal to go on the Kyle Edwards Buick GMC. 1st down and 10.
Well, let's see if they give him. Yeah, they do. Okay.
All placed at the 2-yard line. 1st and goal. Ruffers started this drive at their 30, and they've done it all on the ground here tonight. This might just be a big whopping dose of Latavian Johnson. Ficklin will wait. High snap. Johnson takes the handoff, and that play kind of got bowed up from the beginning. Now there's kind of a rugby-type scrum.
Going to lose a yard, I think, on this play.
No, I think they're going to come forward and put it at the 2, Nick, from where the officials walking in from the sideline. So no gain on the play. 2nd and goal. That play had disaster, though, on that high snap.
High snap just upset the whole timing of the play, yeah.
So now in the lineup for the Ruffers is Jaden Billingsley. Give a little more muscle to that offensive front as Rayshawn Ellis comes to the sideline.
Play clock now down to 5 as they just get up to
Ruffers will go 2 tight end set. Ficklin with 3 on the clock, going to run the quarterback keeper, trying to get to the edge, has a crease, and he high steps his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Muskogee. Jamarian Ficklin on the 2-yard run. And the Ruffers have put 60 on the scoreboard here tonight against the visiting Bruins.
It's a nice run by Ficklin, kind of high stepping those last couple of steps and into the end zone to really put this one away for the Ruffers.
Darian Armstrong will come on to try the PAT to make this a 33-point advantage. Ball down, kicks away. It is good. 7:01 left tonight in what has been an eternity at Ruffer Village. But the Ruffers have a 61-28 lead over the visiting Bruins of Bartlesville. Back in 30 seconds on Ruffer TV.
I'm Kyle Edwards for Kyle Edwards Buick GMC in Muskogee and the all-new Kyle Edwards Auto Group in Shakota. With the addition of Chevrolet, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Shakota and Buick GMC in Muskogee, it now gives our customers a great lineup of new makes and models to choose from. We are very proud to bring you a buying experience you won't find anywhere else. If you haven't visited us yet, come give us a chance. You'll like what you see. Family-owned, customer-friendly, Kyle Edwards Buick GMC in Muskogee and Kyle Edwards Auto Group in Shakota.
Well, as the music interlude behind plays the fight song of the Muskogee Ruffers, I'm tempted to look to our camera crew or to my producer for some words of advice on the words to the fight song. And I get no response. I just get cover my eyes and look the other way. Thank you very much. All right, Armstrong with the kick. Fielded by the Bruins at the 20. He'll come straight ahead across the 30 through a crease. 35, runs into a Ruffer and steps back and then comes forward again. Nice gutsy return that time by Noah Darnell.
Moore was the man he ran into there. And Bowler was also right in the vicinity.
So Bartlesville will start 1st and 10 from its own 39-yard line. 6:55 to go in the never-ending
other scores
contest.
Booker T beat Sand Springs 41-14.
That sews up 3rd place for the Hornets.
And you mentioned Stillwater over Tahlequah 55-0 tonight.
Neal going to hand it off to Wallace, trying to find a crease, and he finds the waiting arms of the Ruffer defender, Tion Brewer. The anchor side in, Brewer, a 6'3", 230-pound senior, making the stop on Wallace upfield at the 43. That's a 4-yard pickup. So now Bruins quickly to the line of scrimmage. Twin receivers left and right. Neal will take the snap. He'll read it, call his own number, come off the block, and Deshaun Smith able to make the first contact along with Travian Houston. Falling forward upfield to the 47-yard line. Another 4-yard pickup. 3rd down and 2, but the clock showing 6:20 to go tonight here at Rufford Village. Ruffers will be 9-0 when this night is done. It wasn't the prettiest play, but it's the end result that counts.
Now, we talked about at the start of the second half if the Ruffers would come back, show character, and they did.
Snap, Neal takes it, gives to Wallace, has a huge hole, breaks through a gap at the 40, changes direction to 30, and falls downfield to the 29-yard line. Nice open flag, and then penalty flags at the end of the play.
Tolbert makes a nice open field tackle to keep Wallace from breaking it all the way.
Nick, that went from the 47 in Bruin territory to the 29 in Ruffers end of the field. So that would be a 24-yard run.
And let's see.
Dead ball, personal foul, late hit on the defense, 15 yards from the spot, first down.
So they'll call the late hit on the Ruffer defense after the tackle. So that'll take it to the, should have been about the 16-yard line. Officials right now, I think, just trying to keep peace. Bruins threatening, they'll actually put the ball at the 15-yard line. Neal hands it off to Wallace. Ball is knocked out of the hands of Neal, and on the exchange with Wallace, and very alert reaction by the sophomore quarterback to fall on it, but losing yardage from the 15 back to the 18. It's a loss of 3, and the clock continues to run with 5:38 to play. Nick, I was joking earlier about the barbecue play, but if you're looking for a great place to dine on this weekend, there's no better place to enjoy barbecue at its best than My Place Barbecue. Is high snap, Neal mishandles it, and he's going to be chased down and dragged for a sack.
Collins.
That's Jeremy Collins coming in for the tackle. And Jeremy Neal goes to the turf, back upfield at the 22. If you're looking for a great evening, make a trip out west to My Place Barbecue West. Ask the crew there to whatever your liking may be, whether it's all you can eat ribs, sliced beef, or whatever. My Place, make it your place. My Place Barbecue West. 3rd and long for the Bruins. Neal on the handoff, giving to Wallace, trying to cut back underneath defenders, and he gets downfield to about the 18-yard line. So they'll pick up 5 on the play, and it'll be 4th and 17 for Bartlesville. Or make it 4th and 13, excuse me. Our thoughts and prayers to the family of Dr. Jason Parker, whose grandfather passed earlier this week, and he's out of town on funeral services. And Jason, we think of you and your family this weekend. Motion across the formation is Neal will wait. Trips now to the right side. Little counter step, handed off to Wallace, trying to follow blockers, has some. And he'll crawl his way inside the 10 and inside the 15 and get to the 10. Not able to get to the first down sticks, and that'll turn the ball over on downs. 4:03 to play. Muskogee was leading, Nick, precariously 31-28 after 2 quarters of play. But the defense has pitched a shutout. Pass interceptions have helped. Big plays on the air and through the ground for the Muskogee offense, and they've turned a 31-28 ball game into now a 61-28 advantage.
So now the Ruffers want to run the clock, just keep it on the ground, eat up some time, and put this one in the books.
Ruffers will hand it off on the first down carry. This is Coda Bartosky at quarterback.
That's Tyreek Antwine running the ball there.
So Seconds getting some mop-up duty here tonight. Loss from the 10 back to the 8-yard line, a loss of 2. But the Mickey Mouse watch on the scoreboard just won't run fast enough. 31-28 as it was at halftime, 61-28 now with 3.5 to go. Bartosky handing off on the jet sweep, trying to come to the near side, running upfield with a little bit of not near as quick as his first team opponent. Israel Martin. Is he getting a carry here tonight? He's had a big play in tonight's contest, Nick, with that onside kick recovery. Gets a yard pickup. So it'll be 3rd down and 11. 3:03 to go. And really, you think about this, Nick, that errant pass of Jamarian Ficklin right before halftime. Otherwise, this is a 61-21 ball game.
Yep.
So Barnowski, the running back to his right. Counter handoff in traffic. And making the carry was Tyreek Antwine. He's met by Hainsinger at the line of scrimmage. No gain. And it'll be a 4th down situation, and Bird will come on to punt.
Only the 2nd punt tonight for the Roughers. Bird will punt from his own end zone. 2:20 and counting left to play here in the game.
Noah Darnell will stand right about the 45-yard line in Muskogee territory. Good snap back to Ficklin. He waits. Launches the punt upfield. It takes a Muskogee hop across the 40. Winding its way to a touch at the 45-yard line. That's where the Bruins will get it back with 1:58 to go in the game. The Muskogee circled the wagons, you have to think, Nick, on the offensive and defensive sides in the dressing room at intermission, to say the least. And they've come out and pitched the shutout here in the second half. And are just 1:58 left to play from being 9-0 on the year.
So the Roughers now just playing on defense, playing a little pride here. Don't let the Bruins get another one.
Neal will hand it off to Wallace. His forward stop by Travion Houston.
Gets a couple, 3 down to the 42. Clock continuing to run now inside a minute 45 to play.
Who will be our Buffalo Wild Wings player of the game?
Well, I know who on defense.
We'll find out. Hand off to Wallace going to his left, and he is hit at the line of scrimmage and stopped at that point. First Rougher that got there this time was Parker Pellett, the 215-pound junior defensive end. The gain from the 42 to the 41, a pickup of 1. It'll be 3rd down and 6.
I think the sophomore running back Wallace is going to be a tired young man. That's his 28th carry tonight.
Bruins will flip trips wide to the right. Neal will take the snap. He'll hand it off to Wallace again, who's corralled and yanked to the turf. I think the player that's credited for the stop is Brandon Tolbert.
May have had a penalty there. Let's see. That may have been a
horse collar tackle. Yeah.
Or face mask.
Okay. Face mask penalty against the Roughers. That'll give Bartlesville a fresh set of downs on the what will be a 15-yard variety walk-off. 55 seconds remaining in this, what has seemed like a, what are they boxing the pros? 15 rounds for heavyweight titles? Well, this seemed like a 30-round battle.
That is the 18th penalty against the Roughers for 165 yards.
Football at the 26-yard line. Bruins kneel in the pocket, throws to the end zone. Ball is deflected away, and a pass interference penalty is going to be called.
That's going to be called. Is that Bell over there?
Nope, not this time.
It's Johnson, I think.
Can't tell. It's against the Rougher cornerback, not Bell in that nickel package. That may be, is that Caden McGee? But the half the distance to the goal penalty will put the ball at the 12-yard line, where it'll be 1st down and 10. So the Bruins trying to at least find some saving grace in this last possession. 1st and goal from the 12. Out of an empty backfield. Now Wallace will come up and line up behind his quarterback. They'll hand it off to Wallace, who again runs straight ahead, and the Rougher defense is there. Deshaun Smith and Tion Brewer making the tackle downfield at the 10. 2 yard pickup, 27 seconds and counting here in the fourth. Neal will wait, and there had to be a penalty flag there. The guard was pulling way before the snap of the football. So that on the false start will stop the clock with 17 seconds to go in the game.
That's 11 flags against the Bruins tonight.
So what is that altogether?
29 penalties in the game.
Wow.
Yeah. Not counting the ones that were declined.
Exactly. They'll wind the clock. The Bruins will run the one more play. As Neal will take the snap. He'll throw across the middle and high, picked off again. Ruffers, this is Caden McGee with the INT, and he's ushered out of bounds at about the 19-yard line. 4 pass interceptions on the night for the Muskogee defense.
Aiden Kemp was
Aiden Kemp rather than Caden McGee. My apologies, Aiden. Intercepted pass by the Ruffers secondary keeps the shutout here in the second half intact. And 4 seconds left. All the Ruffers have to do is kneel this one down and go to 9-0 on the 2022 campaign.
The last 4 passes that Neal's thrown have all been picked off by the Ruffers.
So Coda Barnowski will bring the offense in victory formation. And just take the snap, put it on the knee, and this game will be finally complete. Barnowski will take it. He'll just drop to a knee, and the clock will expire, and this game is in the record books. Muskogee Ruffers, sloppy in the first half, solid in the final 2 quarters, and win the game here tonight, 61-28. Stay tuned. Our post-game show comes your way after this 3-minute timeout. This is Ruffer Football 2022.
Your injury recovery goals, plus Excel Therapy's expertise, are your winning game plan. At Excel, our #1 goal is to get you back to peak performance as quickly as possible. Our physical therapy and sports medicine professionals will take you from setback to comeback.
Excel Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. With 16 locations and no physician referral required, you can begin healing today. Excel Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. Look for us online at exceltherapyok.com.
In sports, having the right winning strategy is often the difference between winning and losing. The same is true when you need legal representation. For more than 15 years, the law offices of Michael E. Finnerty have successfully provided the winning strategy with excellence and integrity for the people of the Muskogee area in matters of personal injury, social security disability, and workers' compensation issues. The law office, Muskogee trusts Michael A. Finnerty, ready to develop a winning strategy. Michael A. Finnerty, 436 Court Street in Muskogee. Call 687-1155. Online at finnertylaw.com.
There's never been a better time to find a great deal on a sedan, truck, or crossover at Nissan of Muskogee. Call 918-683-6605 or go to nissanofmuskogee.com. There's never been a better time to find a great deal on a sedan, truck, or crossover at Nissan of Muskogee. Call 918-683-6605 or go to nissanofmuskogee.com.
Tradition. It's a word that means a lot. Just as the tradition of the Muskogee Ruffers requires commitment of great players and coaches, Lesher Millsap Funeral Home takes pride in providing great value and commitment every day with a tradition of service to the families of the Muskogee area. Just like in football, tradition must be earned on every play, every day, not just in the final score. And that's why you can trust Lesher Millsap Funeral Home to be there for you when it counts the most. Lesher Millsap Funeral Home, proud to be part of the Muskogee tradition of excellence.
It's a time when uncertainty spreads faster than understanding. It's also a time when taking steps to prepare can help us all find a sense of security. At ServPro, helping our nation's homes, businesses, and shared spaces be more clean, be more safe, is why we're here. Here in your community, here to help.
In times of need, it's comforting to see faces of people you know and trust. Cornerstone Funeral Home in Muskogee cherishes the opportunity to be there for you and your family in life's most challenging times when friends are most important. Cornerstone Funeral Home and Crematory welcomes the opportunity to answer any questions regarding planning and pre-arrangements for you and your loved ones. Experience the difference. Cornerstone Funeral Home, 1830 North York in Muskogee, where you'll find faces you know and reputations you trust.
Back at Ruffer Village, it's in the books, and the Muskogee Ruffers, for the first time since 1980, have advanced to week number 10 with an undefeated 9-0 mark. They get the victory tonight in convincing fashion, finally, 61-28 over the visiting Bruins of Bartlesville, who with the loss dropped to 3-6 on the year, but more importantly, 2-4, as the Ruffers remain undefeated and will play for all the marbles next Friday night here against the Pioneers of Stillwater for the district championship and the right to be the top seed out of the East in 6A2 going to the postseason party. Nick Hampton, I know you got a lot of things to talk about here with us in the postgame show, but you've also got some other duties, including writing tomorrow morning's story in the Muskogee Daily Phoenix. Your thoughts on tonight's ball game?
Well, it was a game that was very sloppy in the first half. Now, credit the Ruffers kind of regrouping and coming back and playing more like the Ruffers we've seen all season in the second half, and really defensively just blanking Bartlesville in that second half altogether and putting up over 600 yards in offense tonight. So it was maybe a Halloween kind of game, especially in the first half, where just lots of strange, unusual things happened, but more like the Ruffers in the second half.
Well, certainly indeed, the victory 61-28, Ruffers advancing to 9-0. It was not a first half of beauty by either team. A lot of mistakes on both sides, but Bartlesville capitalizing, and including that last pass interception right before halftime that they ran in for the score to make it a 3-point game at halftime. But in the third and in the fourth quarter, Muskogee's pass secondary just took opportunities away. 4 pass interceptions on the night for the Ruffer defensive backs. Ruffers did a halfway decent job in slowing down the run and stopping things and keeping those under control in the second half. And then the offense finishing drives, where in the first half they squandered away 2 early scoring chances. Really, Nick, I think the biggest question for me right now at the end of this game has to be, what is the condition of Andre Beasley and that sprained ankle? How bad is it, and can he recover in time to play next week against Stillwater?
And will Jaden Bell be able to play both ways next week against Stillwater? Another big question that the Ruffers will have to answer this week.
Final score 61-28. We'll put it in the record books and give you our Buffalo Wild Wings player of the game. That after this 60-second timeout on Ruffer Football 2022.
Whether you're shopping for a new Chevrolet or want to trade and get paid, power up! It's the Supercharged Sales Event at J. Hodge Chevrolet in Muskogee. You know what up to $1,500 more for your trade means? Supercharged savings. Shop more new Chevy. Inventory arriving daily. Don't overpay. Come see Jay. Get a trade-in bonus up to $1,500 when you buy now. Supercharged savings powered by J. Hodge Chevrolet in Muskogee. 144 West Shawnee.
Stop by your local Bravado Wireless store to discover our current plans and promotions.
Well, dude, I didn't see anything.
We're Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
Back at Ruffer Village, where many of the fans of the Ruffers heading to the celebration get-togethers. But tonight, here in front of the home crowd on Little Ruffer Night, it took a little longer than maybe expected, but the Ruffers in the second half pitched the shutout while putting up 30 second half points to win it 61-28. An amazing 602 yards of total offense tonight by the Muskogee Ruffers. Bartlesville with 342. That's the most by any opponent all season long.
And they did it with big plays primarily. A lot of those yardage were big play passes in that first half when they scored.
Anthony Watson had 3 touchdown receptions. Latavian Johnson for 115 yards rushing. Wallace had 115 for the Bruins on 29 carries. But The passing game still to be a little developed on the part of the Bruins, Nick. They were 7 of 21 for 219. Of course, they had that one big bubble screen for the touchdown back in the first half, but 4 pass interceptions thwarted any type of scoring opportunities here tonight. So now, with the final score 61-28 and Muskogee 9-0 looking ahead to Stillwater next week, Nick, it's time to go to the ballot box. First of all, let's go over on the defensive side and let's get our candidates for tonight's game. And I think there are several. I think you could call on Brandon Tolbert. We called Tion Brewer's name multiple numbers of times tonight. Also heard Travion Houston. Aiden Kemp had that pass interception. Anthony Watson was in the backfield on multiple occasions tonight. You got a vote here for the defensive player of the game?
And, of course, you got Bowler, who had the 3 interceptions tonight. And despite all the other guys you mentioned, I think you got to go back to him. It really thwarted the Bartlesville attack in that second half.
All right, so we'll go with Dion Bowler for the second consecutive week as our defensive player of the game, although I would throw in an extra vote for Tion Brewer because we were seeing 58 riding ball carriers to the turf all night long. Now over on the offensive side, Nick, Jamarian has another great game. He was without his primary receiver, Jaden Bell, who hopefully will be back in action. Anthony Watson had the 3 pass receptions for a touchdown. Caden McGee had a couple. Brandon Tolbert and Latavian Johnson had to do all the running, and you just hope and pray that Andre Beasley is back to full speed by next week. You got a nominee for our offensive player of the game?
Well, I mentioned this in the first half, and I'd like to see someone from the line. The offensive line has just been a great asset for the Ruffers this year. They've given Ficklin time all year long, opened big holes for the running backs, and they've really been a key to the Ruffer offensive success, I think.
When you have 5 guys up there doing the job, it's hard to pick just one, but let's do it collectively as a group. We've got a few extra gift certificate tickets to give away, and Wesley Harvey, Jace Garrett, Braden Henry, Caleb Houston, and O'Shea Stevenson getting the offensive lineman assignments tonight and getting them done in proper fashion. Collectively, we'll give it to those guys, and I also got to give a tip of the cap to Brandon Tolbert because he ran pretty strong, as did Latavian Johnson, who had over 100 yards rushing here tonight. But to the offensive line goes the spoils tonight, but more importantly to the Muskogee Ruffers goes the victory to advance to 9-0. Your thoughts?
And great second half. First half was a little rocky. Maybe the Ruffers underestimated Bartlesville a little bit, and I think kind of the stage was set early in the game when the Ruffers got inside the 10 twice in the first quarter and didn't get anything out of it, and that kind of upset the flow of the game for the Ruffers until they got things on track in the second half.
Well, they got the win. That's all that matters now. It's time to play for all the marbles next Friday night here at Ruffer Village. Nick, I know you're looking forward to it, as am I. We want to invite all of you listening and following our broadcast tonight on Ruffer TV to join us back here 1 week from tonight for the district title and a chance to be 10-0 going into the postseason as Muskogee will take on the Stillwater Pioneers. For Ruffer TV, from my broadcast friend Nick Hampton, so long from Ruffer Village, 61-28, the Ruffers with the win. And as